Welcome to Speak Out Unfiltered.
Scooby, please be informed that there are no bad children, it's just bad parents. That is the reason that children is only bad parents.
Bad parents.
It's interactive.
So, the budget was really a good budget. The government is doing a whole lot. They're doing for the people. They open the eyes of the people.
And informative.
This budget is the best budget I heard since after the revolution. I never heard a budget good like that, and it's for the people. A people budget, you call that.
Speak Out Unfiltered.
It's always an opportunity that I look forward to when we can discuss and look at the issues that affect us together as a people.
So please join us this and every Thursday right here on Vibes FM from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Speak Out Unfiltered. You can't afford to miss. The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
And it's just about time for us to take the music down and say good morning to you again right here on Speak Out FM for today, Speak Out Unfiltered, the second day of May 2024. Good morning to all in the trial and state of Peter Martinique, Grenada, and those of you in the diaspora as well, always locking it down. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for tuning in as always. And our neighbors next door, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the Union Island in particular, and they're always around, good morning to you. And thank you so much again for tuning in to us. As to remind you again, the program is interactive. You can always call us at 443-0101, 443-0101 or 439-0101. And WhatsApp numbers, we got two WhatsApp numbers. One of the WhatsApp number is 473, that's 534-3097, 534-3097, and the next one is 403-0101, 403-0101. Well, as you always know, we give you a chance to hear your views and concerns. But first of all, I'll start off my program this morning, and I have from the GTA, Rena Mills, who is here this morning. Good morning to you, Miss Mills. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning to you, Kim, and good morning to the listeners of Vibes FM. I'm doing great. How are you?
Not too bad at all, I like when I say Miss Mills, it sounds nice.
A Mills is a Mills.
Okay. How is things going, all right?
Yeah, everything is going good so far.
Well, that's nice. The reason I brought you here this morning, especially so early, is because we just celebrated our Maroon Fest. And there's been a lot of commendations going on, and people are saying it was on adverse anyway. I'm going to leave that up to you to just tell us exactly how did it come about, and how did we go through, and how did everything work out in the end.
Okay, first of all, let me say it was our intentions that the cultural officer, Mr. Anderson Madison, who led on the plans for the festival, to be here to join me in this interview, but due to the Masters tournament, which is happening right now, is unable to be here. So I'll try my best to recap what transpired in the planning and the execution of Carriacou Maroon and String Band Music Festival 2024.
Okay, so start off with the planning. How did you guys come about and to put this whole package together? So lovely.
Right, so last year, a group of us were put together to plan the 2023 festival. I guess because of what transpired with the great planning, again, we led in 2024. I remember from our first meeting in February, we said that we want a good festival. And in order for us to have a really good festival and that people, visitors should join us here, we should start off with a good lunch. We need to have a good village marathon as well. I remember when we planned last year's festival, the idea was to return to the different communities, to the villages where the Maroon actually belong, because we know that the Maroon took place in various villages over the years, and more or less some of the villages are inactive. The only villages that have the Maroon now is Mount Pleasant, Bogles, and the Dumfries and surrounding areas. So more or less the idea is to try to bring back the Maroon in the different villages and hope that they in themselves can form themselves together and then continue in here. So first thing we did was to more or less to meet with the village of BBH, because when we had the Maroon in Limland last year, the thought came up and we got many requests that we should go to the next village in the BBH community. And we did that. I remember from the first meeting when we got there, we thought, okay, we should have a meeting with just a few of the villagers and then hear the thoughts, whether they are on board or not, and we go from there. But at that first meeting, there were so many villagers who turned out to meet with us, and they were all excited. They indicated to us, listen, we're going to take charge of this thing. Most of them who spearheaded festivals before, the reviews that we got from them, it was really, really great, and we thought, okay, well, yes, that's a go. So when we launched the festival in March, we were a good way in terms of planning. We already decided that we were going to have it in the BBH community as well. We would have already confirmed most of the groups. So we had a really good launch. We thought, okay, the media has to be on point as well, because with a good PR, good marketing strategy, we know for a fact that people would be quite aware about the festival and come here. The Maroon Festival in itself, it is quite unique to us. It is the most cultural festival on the island, and hence the reason why we decided, okay, well, we're going to base most of the emphasis, the money, most of it should be pumped into the cultural groups, both regionally and locally. So we launched in March. We said, okay, we're going to have a good media coverage at the launch, and then from there, many would know about the festival and travel for the festival as well. And that's what we did at the launch. We had a very successful launch, in my opinion, and that streamed into the festival, which took place last Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
So a lot of planning went into place, eh?
This thing is a lot of planning, because if you realize what we are doing, basically, we sort of changed the way things used to be. Over the years, they used to be, the base and the emphasis used to be on a foreign artist show, most of the times, which used to be someone from a group or performance from Jamaica. And we are saying, no, that is not our culture. If we want to showcase a festival based on our culture, our music, our drumming, our food, our dances, then we need to have cultural groups performing, and then we know that soca is something that is dear to us, and hence the reason why we brought in Touchy Band from St. Vincent, more or less, to support what we were doing as an addition, but not focusing on that band or the live band, but on our culture.
Yeah, okay. And then you said from then you move on now to the execution of the festival, right?
Right.
Which started off in Belmont?
Yes. So the Friday, of course, we planned. And I really, really want to commend the community of BBH, for really, really planning and executing the Village Maroon. It was one of the best I've seen in years. And the support from villagers from start to end, it was really, really good. And I think they need to be applauded for such a wonderful and great effort. So it started in the village of Belmont that morning, and when we got there, we know that the libation it was scheduled to start at 6. When I got there, it was like 5:30, and all the villagers, they were just ready. And I remember Shandy and Ranisha, they were saying, okay, 10 minutes to go, and they were like counting down. So they were there with the with the shell blowing and the rum and the water and the everything, just waiting for the 6 o'clock start. And that morning, I remember someone came in just about half past 6, and she was like, what time is the libation starting? I'm like, we already did the libation, and now basically they're wetting the stones and getting to put the pots. And she's like, no, but I heard that the culture in Carriacou, that everything starts late. I'm like, Mom, no, not in this case, because what we are trying to do is to have every event start on time. Right. So that started on time. Even someone else that came to document, when he got there, he missed the libation because basically they were saying that they know that the culture in Carriacou, everything starts late. But no, that's the morning that we said, okay, well, everything started on time with the community. I mean, even though we had discussed that in meeting, that having everything start on time, just what happened in that community the morning inspired us to do what we were supposed to do. So it started with libation, and then it went immediately to the cooking of the food, and everything went well with that, even the sharing of the food. And people would say, okay, I know many people said that the food, it really tasted well, and I want to commend them for that again. Because if the food didn't taste good, then a lot of people who came to enjoy the Maroon, that would not happen. And I remember even during the morning, while the Grenada Tourism Authority, we were having our meet and greet at the port, welcoming visitors to the island. We were getting, when they came ashore, when they came out from the boat, they came in the rain. And they were like, okay, well, it seems as though what you all did this morning, it worked, because the Maroon is to bring rain, and the rain fell. Yeah. Yeah. Right?
Yeah, we had a nice shower.
We had a nice shower then. Mm-hmm. And then it went into the evening activity with the flambeau parade. I mean, it was amazing, starting from both ends, starting from Bellevue South and the Belmont, Harveyville, Hermitage side, and joining into the flambeau parade. It was a big wow to see so many people participating in that, and the community made the torches, the flambeaux, so that I think they made a lot, so everybody who were then interested, they were able to get one. And then it went to the official opening with remarks and stuff like that, and then into the big drum and the cultural night. So it was an excellent start to the festival, which continued throughout.
Well, I know that for sure, and I saw some clips of the parade and everything like that night, and realizing, well, you started from that note, it was a matter of continuing, And it did continue from that night into Saturday.
Right. Uh-huh. Yes. So the morning it went to Strings in the City. I mean, as with everything else, there was some hiccups in getting it started. We said, okay, well, the bands, we were planning to do more or less like a showcase band, mid-band, starting, well, the band should be tuning up and getting ready for prompt 11 start. But however, with quick thinking, when we realized some of that were falling short, we said, okay, well, you know what we were going to do? Instead of have a band clash, we were going to take the ancestors that we left in Belmont the night and journey into Hillsborough. So the band started on the southern end of Main Street, and they came into the square where everything took place. And that was another excitement to see everyone joining in and singing. And it was a great one. Following that, they had a performance from the Culture Kids who performed in Grenada for the CTO Sustainable Conference, more or less showcasing our quadrille dances. So they did that, and then we went on stage for Country Boys. Well, I don't even have to explain what took place when Country Boys were on stage. I mean, everyone was there just dancing away. And I remember my manager who came up, she was there, and she was like, Rena, you'll have more people this year than last year. I'm like, you sure about that? I'm not sure. And she was like, yes, that is so. And when I checked back at the clip from 2023 and 2024, I realized, well, the amount was almost doubled in truth.
Yeah, that's correct, And the participation from those who were present too, was very remarkable.
Of course, I mean, everyone came out just dancing away in the heat of the sun. I mean, and the sun, that is something that we have already discussed, because we know that we're thinking that we should have tents covering everyone at Strings in the City, because imagine being out there in the hot sun just dancing away. I mean, they didn't feel the hot sun, but looking at it, looking at the festival and ways that we can improve, that is something that we discuss. If we are here planning the festival for 2025, that is something we'll definitely take into consideration.
Yes, okay, and the Strings in the City went down very well.
It was amazing.
It was amazing, and it went up to, enough time for people to have a lot of fun, right?
Of course.
And it did, yes.
It went up enough time. You know that Country Boys, they recently launched their album, so patrons, they were able to get some of the music from them, listen and dance to some of the music from that new album into a time where we cut off, because we did not want to go up too late so that persons were too tired to come back to the night event. So we went up to time enough for them to go home. Persons were able to go home, take a 2 minutes rest, and then come back the night again to continue.
Yes, okay. And that sort of wrap up the Strings in the City presentation, right?
Yes.
And then we'd move from there now into the Botanical Gardens.
Of course, such a busy weekend.
It was, yeah. It was action-packed, eh?
Action-packed.
From one to the other, and just keep going, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And as far as we were told, the Botanical Gardens had a record number of people as well, too, in attendance.
And I was really amazed to see the turnout at the Botanical Garden, because over the years we knew that because of the foreign artists, a lot of people concentrated, okay, who is coming? What foreign artist is coming? Whose band, the Jamaican act is coming? And because of who is coming, that's the reason why they attended the function. But this year we said, no, the concentration needs to be on the culture, and we ensured that we had various performances. We had a drumming, we had a dancing, we had live band. We wanted to make sure that every part of our culture was showcased on that night, including Shakespeare Mass, and then the night ended with Touch the Band. So when we got there and we saw so many people, we were like, okay, well, yeah, I think we're doing the right thing, because at the end of the day, we want people to know, okay, this festival, it is unique, it is traditional, and hence the reason why you should be part of it. It is about who we are as a people and what we do here. We want people to know about us. We want people to know where they came from and where they are now, and the journey continues.
And we had performances from the groups, so like from Union Island, we had Grenada, and stuff like that, St. Vincent, and it was a big success, real success, participation and everything like that, right?
Yeah, I would say that. I mean, we were trying to have a prom start for it, but due to situations beyond our control, that wasn't able to happen. And I remember in the show the night when we weren't able to start on time, there was a gentleman there, and he was like, "You, Miss Lady, I heard you on Kim programs on 2 occasions say that we got to start on time," and that is not taking place. And we just want to apologize as a committee. We take ownership that the event didn't start the time we advertised it to start, but don't worry, next year, God's will. Gentlemen, I'm not sure if you're listening, because he said he's going to call in today. Next year, please, God, we're going to have a prom start.
Well, hopefully, okay. There's little hiccups that happen from time to time, eh?
Yes.
And we've got to make allowance for that, as you go through, especially staging a festival of the nature, and you have one running into the other. There's no, rest, It was a matter of just continuation.
Yes, as I indicated, of course, there'll be hiccups. I mean, as a committee, we know that we cannot plan and execute a perfect event. There isn't anything as a perfect event, but what we try to do our best so that visitors and everyone, they can definitely enjoy what they see and return next year, and even tell their friends and their family, okay, it was a really good show and that you need to come to enjoy it. Even though we did not start the advertised time, but the packaging in itself, because many people indicated, the performances, it was really, really great. We had a mix, as I've indicated, of the different cultures and of both the young and not so young, the old, different categories of performances. So it was really, really great. We need to show that, okay, the festival would be passed on from generation to generation. And we had the young groups performing, the quadrille group, Teacher Bon and the quadrille children from the Leicester School. They were really great. Then we had the Imani culture group from Union Island. I mean, that young group, they were really, really good as well. Kiki and her young dance group, and even the dancers from Grenada, Spiceland dancers, Tivoli. I mean, it was a really, really great package. And for those who missed it, I think that they need to start booking the tickets now to come. Even we've been posting on social media, and a lot of people there saying, "Oh, I think I really missed a good thing." And then next year, please God, is not going to miss me.
Well, that's nice to hear. Yeah? Those kind of comments coming there. And we finish off the Saturday night and move right into the climax or the ending or the wrap-up, whatever we want to put it at Paradise Beach.
Of course, we all traveled to the best Caribbean beach. Now, according to the USA's Top Readers' Choice, we were voted Paradise Beach. Our very own were voted best Caribbean beach, and that's where everything ended. The Sunday we said we need to make up for what transpired this Saturday night with the starting time and make sure that we have a prompt start the Sunday. So the first act on stage was the still pan. Instead of having them come on to start at 4, we started before. So when patrons walked in, they walked into the lovely music of string band, which went into just a bit after 4, about 4:15, and then came on the quadrille, the young then came on the maypole, then the young quadrille dancers, and everything just rolled out nicely into that Sunday event. I mean, it was amazing. I mean, everyone there on Paradise Beach, and the performances that took place Saturday was more or less, even though some of the groups repeated, but the performance in itself, it was sort of different because what we wanted to do. So we had stage 1 and we had stage 2. Mm-hmm. We had on top of the stage and we had dancing in the sand because can't come on Paradise Beach and not dance in the sand, right? It's all part of the experience, getting the sand into the toes.
Yes, right.
Right,
yeah.
And then trying to involve persons as well into everything. And with the dance classes that we had on Paradise Beach leading up to the festival, there were many people who contacted us to say, okay, well, I was not there for the dance classes, and even they came in late for the Strings in the City, so they would want to experience it on Paradise Beach. So what we did was to have the dance class there as well. So we had music from the Caracol Culture Train String Band, and leading the dances was the company of dancers, and that went down beautifully. I mean, everyone participated in what was happening, and it was, in my opinion, it was a wonderful festival.
Well, I could see that, and based on some of the comments and things that I've been seeing and listening to people, especially they said that this is one of the best.
Yeah, people have been reaching out to me, well, as I got to the event Friday in the community of Belmont into Saturday, Sunday on the beach. People have been stopping me. Hey, y'all are doing a great job. Keep it up. I've been hearing lots of that.
Mm-hmm. So when you have events like this, there's always participation and cooperation and assistance from the outsiders, So who are some of the people this morning that you want to recognize?
I hope I am not leaving out anybody this morning, but without our sponsors, this event would not have been possible. And this morning, we want to say thank you to the government of Grenada, the Ministry of Caribbean and Diplomatic Affairs, even the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Economy. Our minister was here as well. We want to say a huge thank you to you all. We know that the ministry in Caracol, before we call on Tevin, and even Minister Andrew, even when times we did not call on him, he was even reaching out to us. He came down by the beach on Sunday, ensured that everything was going well, everything was going as planned. Even leading up to the festival, he kept reaching out to us. And that is what we refer to as a leader. You don't wait for something to flop and then speak about it, but someone who can look, observe what is happening, and then speak about it. Mm-hmm. Then, so the support from the ministry, it was there. Not only did they give money, but the support in getting things done, it was there. And we really want to say a huge thank you as well to the Grenada Tourism Authority, whom I am employed with. Over the years, we have been doing a survey, and from that survey, guided us in building the festival and improving upon it. We want to say thank you to Greater Tourism Authority, to National Lotteries Authority, to Grenlec. This year they doubled the sponsorship. They saw great potential in the festival, hence the reason they doubled this year. And we want to say thank you very much to Grenlec, to the Grenada Cultural Foundations, to Netherlands Insurance Limited, Grenada Distillers Limited, Republic Bank Grenada Limited, Lacqua Brothers, SVGA, Paddy's Enterprise and Hardware Limited, Finner Bullins and Sons, Carrico Marine Limited, Wayne's Auto Rental and Services, Independence Agencies Limited, Vern's A&E Hardware, and Fortune Restaurant, The Family Store, Restream, V's Bath and Body, Kim's Plaza, Nexa Credit Union. Those are the ones who sponsor the festival, and we really, really want to say a huge thank you to them. We want to say thank you to the BBH community for well planning and executing the Friday Maroon. Thank you to you all, to all the groups and individuals who performed in last weekend's event. We want to say thank you to you as well. To the media who covered the event, we want to recognize this morning GIS and Explo, Carrico, Peter Matnick, KOMG, Styles, Media Services, all the media outlets who promoted Vibes Carrico, every media outlet. Your radio station, Kim, Vibes FM, Styles Radio, all the radio stations, all the media outlets, the TVs. We want to say thank you very much to all those who attended the shows. Thank you. Without you, it would not have been possible. To those who viewed online, and I know that many of them indicated that they're going to come here next year. Thank you to you as well. To all the service providers, everyone who played a role in making the festival a success, we want to say thanks to them. To the protocol team from the ministry who led, we want to say thanks to them. To Mr. Leo Joseph, when we booked the band Touch, we said, okay, well, we're gonna accommodate them at Mohammed Restaurant, and we reached out to Mr. Joseph then, and I must say, because of his love for culture and love for the band, they didn't just stay there, but he acted as a chaperone. He took them around, ensured that they were the radio station, they got a taste of the Village Maroon, and the band set up, band checked the night, even the Saturday night. I said to him, okay, when we're ready for them, I'm going to call you so y'all can come across. No, Mr. Joseph was at the event very early, and he was just waiting and looking, and he was able to know, okay, well, when to get them at the function. So we want to say thank you very much to you, Mr. Joseph. We want to say thank you very much to the police, the RGPF, the Northern District. Thank you to you as well for securing the festival. And I know that we always say that Carrico is relatively safe. I did not hear of any incidents or accidents during the festival. To the security team, we want to say thank you as well. To the committee and volunteers at the festival. It was very, very hard work, but I think we got it done. I mean, as I said, there were hiccups. We didn't run a perfect festival, but I mean, for the hard-working team who volunteered, we want to say thanks to Mr. George Andrew, because over the years, the Masters tournament, it was clashing with the Maroon, and people wanted to come for the festival, but they couldn't find place to stay. And we reached out to Mr. Andrew to move the Masters tournament to the following weekend. That is what is taking place now. So we can safely say that accommodation was booked up for the Maroon Festival, and now it is booked again for the Masters tournament. So we want to really say thank you to Mr. George Andrew and his team at Hotel Lorena for listening to us and agreeing to move the tournament. So thank you again to everyone. To those who I missed, I'm sorry, but thank you for everything that you have done towards the success of the festival.
Well, yeah, I think you covered everything, eh?
I hope so.
Okay. Mr. Joseph, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Okay. Mm-hmm. I understand. I see you were getting special thank you there, for your participation or maybe your assistance.
Listen, don't waste it. It doesn't come frequent, so I have to cherish it.
Yeah. I mean, I know where you're coming from, but in particular, I realized that as Miss Mills just said in Arena, that you were not just accommodating, but you were like a chaperone.
Yeah. Well, you have fellow musicians visiting your shows. You have to put yourself out. You have to make sure they're comfortable, and they're quite appreciative. They already extended an invitation to visit St. Vincent so they could so that's been considered. Mm-hmm.
Well, it's good to know that, eh?
Yep.
Because people appreciate one another, you know.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Especially, you know, what amazes me sometimes is when we spring up into action without preparation or maybe without being asked to do it. That's when you call it a real volunteer.
Absolutely. Certain things that, well, that's how we knew it actually. Growing up here, you know, somebody come to your shows, you do what you have to do to make them comfortable so that when you visit the show, you're assured a nice time. So that is, for me, an easy task.
Okay. Well, I'm hearing for myself there, you know. Before you leave, Miss Mills, okay, stay right there. I'm going to open up the telephone lines in case anybody wanted us to call and ask, you know, for about 5, maybe 10 minutes the most, you know. You want to call and make any comments, you can do so. 443-0101. 443-0101. 439-0101. Or you can call on the WhatsApp too. The WhatsApp number is 534-3097. And you could also call 403-0101. All the lines are open right now. If you want to call and make a comment, well, we see the phones already lighting up. So let me take the first call. Vibes FM, caller, you live, caller.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Mills.
Yes, good morning.
Is Miss Serena Mills there still?
Yes, she's here. You could speak to her. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Miss Serena Mills, I would like to know when we in Bel Air will be getting our own maroon.
Yeah.
We used to have it, and we don't know what happened. This year we don't have our own maroon, so we would like to find out when the people of Bel Air will be getting their own maroon. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Right. So, as I've indicated before, the thing about it, what we are trying to do is to go, instead of having the maroon in one particular area, we want to spread it out throughout the community and throughout the villages of Carriacou, which were all estates. We call it the Carriacou Maroon and String Band Music Festival. So in that case, the village maroon, which forms part of the Maroon Festival, we are trying to bring it back into the different villages. Of course, the Saturday night event that we are having now in the Botanical Garden, there are thoughts of returning it back to Bel Air, because Bel Air, that's where we are known as the historical village, and that's where many or most of the Maroons took place over the years. That is where it started as well. So we are considering bringing it back there the Saturday. But before that happens, there's a lot which needs to take place with the area to get done. And at the moment, we know that the road is currently being fixed, repaired. So we could not have it there this year. But hopefully, very soon, we might be able to return the Saturday night event in Bel Air.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. So, as this call just indicated there, everybody look at, you're saying something, Sadio?
No, I was wondering, because unless I'm not reading the caller right, talking about getting them maroon, that should be initiated by the villagers in the community.
Right, yeah.
So
I think that's what you were referring to, yeah.
Yeah, but as far as the maroon is concerned, the villagers must initiate the maroon and probably get some assistance from outside. But not only getting it, we must start it, and then we'll support you.
Right, okay. And speaking about that, yeah, you just mentioned that too in Arena, in that if the villagers are not having like a maroon, a regular, like, then it makes it kind of difficult, to get them involved or to want to suggest to them,
Right. The thing about it, the reason why we are going to the different villages, we are going to the villages where the maroon is currently inactive. So, for example, last year we went to Limle because we know since after what took place, there was not a maroon there. Then we went to BBH. BBH used to have the maroon, but it's not happening now. So we are trying to go to different villages, have the maroon there, and then when we leave in going forward, the community should form themselves together and continue having the village maroon. So, of course, as Mr. Leo suggested, this might be the right way for Bel Air people for us to come together and say, let's have a maroon.
Yeah. You start, and as a matter of fact, today, or 10 years ago, 20 years ago, there was no Lauriston.
Okay.
There are 3 houses now.
Yeah.
Lauriston is now the most populated village in Carriacou. So why isn't there a Lauriston maroon? If that's the culture, Lauriston, you should have many people in Lauriston cooking food and inviting the rest of the island. So I expect soon to have a Lauriston maroon, and that should be big. Because you have a lot of people there.
Okay. Suggestion, you see, observation, he's realizing that.
Because and while we're on that, we can even say, those of you out there and you want the village, you want the committee to come to your village to have the maroon next year, God's will, they can reach out to us and let us know, you know what, we haven't had a maroon for a very long time. And can y'all come to our village to have the maroon? We sit, we discuss, we confirm, and then we probably can have it there. And or if we do not have it in that village next year, please God, we know, okay, we have it in thought for the following years.
Okay.
You know, Kim, something that we've lost, and to a great extent too, we're lacking that community spirit as of yesteryear. The things that people used to get together to do long ago, we're lacking it. So people have to come out. It's all of us. It's our thing, and do for self sort of a thing. Yeah. That is lost. We should try to encourage that to happen. Yeah. We should initiate with you.
You're quite right about that. Yeah, we've been lacking that for a while. But the community spirit, in particular, that you just mentioned there, is a key factor.
Yeah, doing for a community is always our community. We must do for our community, not somebody from outside. We must do for our community. Start it that way, and then the others will follow.
So going forward, Ms. Mills, you realize, that the committee, the tourism, in particular, that usually spearhead the maroon there, they would have to, listen to some of the comments and, the requests and stuff like that.
Oh, so just a point of correction. We do not spearhead. It is led by the ministry. We support.
Yes, facility. But,
because of the because of their participation.
What they could do, what tourism could do, is try to identify, because in every community there's a silent leader who may have a lot more influence than you think, and if you could get that person and chain them and get them going, the rest will follow. You don't have to take the lead, but get that leader that is existing in that community and just lying there dormant, wake him up or wake her up.
Food for thought.
I think it's right. In every community, sometimes you need this sort of a catalyst, this sort of person who would be there, recognize, and be able to, to get things done.
I could mention now Shandy Bido. Over the years, she has been reaching out to me and saying, you know what, I want to work, I want to serve, and I want to be part of things for my island. And then this year, when we reached out to them in the BBH community, I know she actively came on board, and both herself and others in the community, and really led a good maroon. So of course that's a strong point. There are leaders there just waiting for someone to say, okay, well, yes, we need you. And for those who we do not reach out to, they can even come to us. Come to us and let us know, you know what, I really want to be part of this. I want to serve. And of course that can happen. We can work together.
The leaders in community, a lot of leaders all around the places, to find them out and chain them up. Get them started.
Okay, we got another 5 minutes. 443-0101 in case you want to call. 443-0101, 439-0101. And the WhatsApp numbers again is 1473. That's the area code. Okay, 473-504-3097 and 403-0101. If you want to call, you just got another 2-3 minutes to go to get any questions answered, because as we're doing a wrap up on the postmortem of the festival right now and realizing that it was a success. I'm very proud. I'm still looking on Facebook at some of the clips, and these things go a long way, because the thing about it is that with social media now, whoever is in the UK or in the USA, wherever you are, we're reaching you. And then you start feeling a kind of how that you're not there, but at least you're linking.
See, I must, as of this year, who organized and executed Maroon, might be the first time around. And for the first time, it was a damn good shot. You tried. And if you continue, it's going to improve. The thing about karaoke that I always find to be prevalent is that they said, boy, we have to do something to make it better. But what are you doing? So it should be what we're doing, not what all. Who's the all you?
Yeah.
Make it part of us now.
All right.
It can be we must make it better, but what are you doing? If we get some more participation, because in our government, in the Karaku government, we have more members in the opposition than the actual government, We should be the other way around. A lot more critics.
Of course, that's a good point, Mr. Joseph, because, just a few of us on the committee,
Amen.
we can't do it by ourselves.
No.
So, of course, if there are volunteers, there are persons out there who would want to join us in planning and executing the festival, feel free to come on board.
Vibes FM, caller, you live? Caller, come in.
Yeah, Kim.
Yes, go ahead, yeah.
You see how beautiful you guys running the show up there now without Diablo disturbing you. This is the best thing ever happened.
Yeah. Okay,
You're doing a good job up there now. You got no problem.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much there. As you just mentioned that, something was mentioned to me too, from some of our visitors, and they visit in Karakono and they say, they feel a sense of calm, of peace. This kind of statement you're getting, because maybe they feel like, they're part of what is happening and they want to be involved, and things like that, So this caller just mentioned that, you say we running good without Diablo.
Yeah, so we have love in the party.
But anyway, before you leave, Rena, anything you want to add, in closing,
I just want to take the opportunity to say a special thank you to everyone who played their role, who assisted and supported in any way or the other in ensuring that the 2024 Karaku Maroon Answering Band Music Festival was a huge success. We just want to say, from the bottom of our hearts, we just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. And those who did not come on board this year, of course, you can do so next year or at the other festivals which are upcoming. Following the Karaku Maroon, we have the Pichimatnik Whitsuntide Regatta Festival. Following that, we have the Karaku Regatta Festival. We also have Converse, which is something that, of course, it's definitely growing. We have the Karaku Parang Festival. So we just want everyone to be on board. It's not about you. It's not about me, but it's about each and every one of us coming together for one common cause, and it is a success.
Well, let me thank you so much again for coming in this morning, giving us a postmortem, what transpired, And like always, looking forward to working along with everyone, who wants to make, an input, in promoting our island, we're always there, So, and you feel free anytime you want to get some assistance, call us. We're here.
Thank you very much.
And from me to you, Rena, take a bow.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
You're going to take a bow, right? Okay. Thank you so much. Oh, that was nice. Okay, and have a nice day. Okay, as she makes her way out now. Okay. So, Leo, this was remarkable. This Maroon Fest, really remarkable.
Yes. I would say kudos to that, and of course, being the first time. You don't expect everything to go good, or not say that go good, but be perfect. Yeah. But with experience, and I guess if you stick to it, you probably get the results.
Okay, let me take another call. Vibes FM, London caller, come in. Caller?
Good morning, Mr. Kim.
Yes, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, General Solio.
Morning, sir. How are you?
Fine.
Okay.
Just a few scatter showers.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Coyle, good morning.
Coyle is not here, so yet.
Oh, he's not very good thing. I hope that he's in a safe place.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes.
I'm not late for class, eh?
No, it's all right. You're present now.
All right, because I know you had a first part of the program and I was listening, so I want to know if I was late. I have a few things to touch about here this morning, just about 3 short things. Kim, I listened to that radio program on GBN on Tuesday morning. It's nothing new to me, but I know you're a part of the media family, if they accept you, because you know how the media is. You have a group, you have sections, you understand?
Yeah.
I heard Emmeline Pierre I could call her name because I heard her say that people in the media coming to ask her about some amendment the government make with some big bill. If it is spiteful, if it's to tell people to shut up their mouth and things. Do you know that any group of people went to Emlyn Pier?
Not to my knowledge, no. Not to my knowledge, I don't know.
So, Leo, do you know anything about that?
No, sir. I do not.
Well, that is everybody I asked. I even asked 4 media people. And their response is saying, when Emlyn Pierre saying she think better, she says she think, and says she make up she story.
Yeah.
That's what was said to me. Anyhow, Kim, I want to say good morning to Pele Dabo and Mr. Victoria. What's his name again?
Mr. Marshall.
Mr. Marshall.
Huh?
Marshall.
Mr. Marshall.
Yeah.
Pleasant good morning to you too. There's a problem down in Grenada here. Well, I don't know if that breeze blowing Carriacou there. It have one big storm coming in that NNP camp. Now, and let me tell you, being specific, I'm talking about the what is supposed to have, not the general election, the
Convention?
Convention.
Huh?
Convention.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, it have a former senator and 2 former ministers waiting for Keith Mitchell. They say if he feel he go get away with that, he making one mistake. They're planning for the man, they're planning to destroy him, you know. If the move go the wrong way, you know. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
If the move go the wrong way, they're planning for he and Emlyn Pay, you know. They say when they finish with them, they will see politics and freedom. And I know one man in particular, he don't care nothing. And a matter of fact, if you tell him to go back and you tell him today is Monday, he say yes, I know today is Monday. So that man is waiting on his team. There's a group in telling Keith Mitchell, they're waiting like all of them go to radio and talk. You see, like next week coming, might be the one that Victoria that going on the radio. And then you might get Oliver Joseph, and then you'll get next one with the mustache with Kate Lewis run. He might be in the next week coming after. Boy, all what they're doing is making noise, but nobody bothering with them, you know. What's going on in Grenada also, the man on the ground is Lacko. This man is a big wave, you know, like how you had the storm search. This man have a following from Cheryl, go right to the boundary of Pete consistency and his consistency. Mong Morris all about all what them young people balling. Well, why this man don't give the young boy a chance, give people a chance? You're almost 80 years. You want to run. Lacko making real progress. Real progress. He and the man from Victoria, Prince, it's making real progress. Don't talk about Miss Sensei. Well, she's a talking St. Andrews, you know. Everybody just talking about this woman right through. And the true thing about it, a lot of people did not vote for NDC because they feel by the amount of money this man running on the ground, they feel was the same shot again. The ball, they see the way now. 100% of them coming out and go and vote in that Greenville parish. So the 2 sisters and Lennox Andrews, Stoles, I'm telling you, they go mash it up. The lead going to be extended. So these 2 Thomases or 10 years, they go mash up the place. And when you hear it done with Emlyn Pierre and Kate Lewis, and they hear somebody the night of election, they say the homicide, somebody killed themselves. It had to be 2 of them because I'm telling you, they will take a pill. They're going to dead from natural causes, or they might take a pill because they can't take it. But the thing is, everything is looking good for NDC, and NDC just had to keep up the good works and don't bother them. You hear what the boss said yesterday? He might be watching at what going on now, and he know he's listening, but he go catch a stroke. You heard that?
Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yes, that's what the boss said.
Okay.
And I want to end by saying, you know, it had a bad shooting in Grenada this morning. and it created a death by Atta, a guy they call Atta, this morning from the Kainaj area. So all hats go off to him and in sympathy with him. He dead. So I hope that the family and everybody turn out and take care and say goodbye because you can't bring him back. So Atta is a popular guy. So he always in this confrontation, but I'm sorry for him. And who else? I think somebody else from the Kainaj gets shot also. So it's a whole Kainaj issue. So if you hear that on the news, or you might get it already.
Yeah, I was following.
So I tell you it's not new.
Yeah, I heard that already.
We're saying hats off to the NDC again.
Okay.
All
right. Thank you so much. Okay. 443-0101, 439-0101, and the WhatsApp numbers 1473, and that's the area code. Okay, 5343-097 and 403-0101. Let me just move over to my left and say good morning to Kai. Good morning. How are you doing this morning? Okay, checking in for class, but a little bit late. What's the excuse?
Good morning. Good morning.
What's your excuse? What's the excuse?
My excuse for class is that when you go to school, you have the subject in the morning, you do maths in the morning, and mid morning you do English, then you do geography, and then you do history.
Yeah.
So I came in for the class that deals with geography and history. What you had earlier on was maths and English. So I handle it. I come in for the class.
Without maths and English, those are the most important. Yes?
Right, but that is the subject they have at that time.
So.
And I'm not doing it. I came in for,
geography and history.
Yes, that's the class I'm in for, so I'm not late.
If you don't have maths and English, you will not be able to figure out what to say.
Not that I am not studying maths now, but the school who set the timetable. And that the time they said maths is, but I am coming in for another subject. That doesn't mean I don't know maths.
I said you have to do maths to be able to figure, calculate,
right, okay.
and English to see.
So both of them.
You need to figure out what to say.
Okay. Okay, but yes, it's good to be here, and it feels different. It feels different listening. Sometimes you wonder what people listen. What people hearing when you speak, and so it's good to listen to others, and I've been spending some time doing that.
Okay.
Welcome and thank you for coming.
Okay.
Yes, welcome. Thank you.
All right. As we continue, yesterday we celebrated May Day, Labor Day, and I don't know if you followed what transpired, in the celebration, but. In my view, it was a big, massive, huge success. It's one of those celebrations that was sort of unified and was celebrating. You could feel the excitement in celebrating. And sometimes you could find a celebration going on with a sort of demonstrating, attitude in it, And this time it was different, really, really different.
Well, traditionally, when we talk about Labor Day and May Day celebrations, I recall when it was militant. Some people were looking forward to that time when they have the opportunity to go out on the streets and demonstrate. Workers' rights.
Yeah.
And when I observed the activities yesterday per se, and I thought to myself that it's not always to stand up for something, to celebrate something. You don't always have to go on the street and protest and make noise and say you want this, you want that. But it is a time when all workers could understand the value of their work, when the system, the government could recognize the value of their work and celebrate that. Because the truth is, there are a lot of people across this world where they don't even have a voice, much less to a job, much less to celebrate work. So I think it was a very, very good change in terms of how it is done. No going out and demand that and pull down this and mash up this, and you can celebrate together what you have, because the truth is, depending on who leads us, we may have it or we may not have it.
And those in celebrating too, and I noticed quite a number of ministers of government, were present in the celebration.
Well,
and
yes.
and it is nice to see them there, because the workers and those who were participating in the match and everything like that there were basically thanking and giving them the thumbs up, in other words, you with us, we appreciate, you get that kind of a feeling coming out of it.
Yeah.
And
that's
yeah.
Yeah, it was, one of the most natural enemies in life is landlord and tenants, eh? Landlord and tenant. Most natural enemies.
Okay.
And so true is government and labor.
Right, yeah.
Or that thing. But when you can find that coming together with government and labor, it has to speak volume as to what is transpiring in the country. And it's very, very good. Somebody mentioned something. I didn't see it, I was so busy yesterday, didn't have time for the news. But I was hearing something about who's somebody Grimes.
Brian Grimes, yeah.
He must have had something negative to say. I didn't follow, but then
But
again,
he's one who, for the longest while in the past, I've been, saying negative things. And when the negotiation for public servants, came about, it's the first time that I heard him said positive things.
okay.
He changed his tone and he commended this new administration for what they gave workers and everything like that. I mean, it was very, very good in that light. So, I don't know what he said yesterday, but I know he gave a big thumbs up to the government, this present government, for what they did, especially, for the public servants, the increase in pay, the benefits, the fringe benefits, and all those things like that. They were plaguing and asking for the longest while under the former administration, and they couldn't get it no matter what they did. As a matter of fact, this is one of the reasons why you had teachers, going on streets and other public servants going on streets to demonstrate, beating drums and, blowing whistles and sirens and things like that. And this former administration wasn't paying them no mind.
And if it's one segment of the community that you must keep happy because, oh God, they have the future of the country in their hands. Teachers,
yes,
are super important. And I didn't realize that, because I was a sort of a troublemaker in school. But when I was finished, when I was finished and I started to teach in Hillsborough Government School for a while, but wanted to look for me to apologize.
You're sorry?
I realized how difficult it is to teach.
Yeah.
You mad man. Yeah, some fellas say they have no time to study, more you try. Just say back there and stooping and scratching the hand is up to you.
Yeah.
And it's tough. Very, very tough.
Ask him about that. He's still reeling from the student who used to go and catch crabs.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
The aftermath.
But what? It's cool. And I was just thinking about it. What more could you ask for from a leader who understands to alleviate poverty, to alleviate this, to put an end to the suffering of the so-called poor and vulnerable, is to make you, to educate you. Step one, free education for primary to tertiary. How come in all your life there, 40 combi years, and then you so care about the poor and vulnerable, you didn't see the need to try to educate them? They want to keep you poor, vulnerable, and dunce.
Yeah.
Dunce, so you don't have the ability to say, well, this that you're doing to me is wrong. So, my God.
Now, that's the difference that we're seeing now, Education has been put to the forefront, and in making it mandatory, that you get an education, because this is the only way to achieve. The only way to success is through education. There's no other way. There's no other path, I mean, and what was happening before, in that you have this, like I said, the poor and vulnerable, depending on handouts. And after a while, they believe that's the norm,
Yeah.
That's the way of life.
Yes.
You have to gimme. Rather than go there
if one can recall the days, I think, when during the PRG time, there was this talk about trying to ensure that you have at least one medical professional in each family. Of course, a professional in each home. That helps because it builds the family, and it helps them to be out of poverty because they can be gainfully employed. And so when you have that policy, when you have that attitude, you want to give each family in the community as much as possible. It might not be each, but as much as possible, the opportunity to have an education, a sound education. One can be, like a professional person. That helps with the issue of poverty, and it helps and it lifts the people, the families themselves out from a level where they cannot, we don't like to function.
You see, and in addition to what you just said, and the Nobel Prime Minister even observed that, it doesn't always take academics the 3 hours to make you educated per se. At least you must have the basics. You must be able to come to and so on and so on. But in other words, we don't need not everybody's cut out to be a doctor. Everybody's cut out to be a lawyer. But mind you, a first-class carpenter is extremely important, So is a mason. So is a plumber. So for all that is worth, try to identify in that person, that boy or girl, what's good for them, what they love doing, and work along with them. And that aspect of it, they're saying that we look to see what you're good at or what where your potential is throwing you, and maximize that. How could we go wrong? As far as my guy is concerned, everything is poor and vulnerable. But cutting the cane, poor and vulnerable,
Yeah.
No, that is not the speed. He's rich and very able.
and too able to.
Boy, God Almighty.
But that is the strategy that's been used in order to achieve what you want, personal. You get very selfish. You want to be in a particular situation, and you know what it takes to get there and to stay there, and you work on that, and you care for anybody else. You don't.
Yeah, I understand, but even though somebody else will see that as a way of keeping a control, those is apostles who see the need to try to promote that agenda. We should lock them up, So as Mr. Telephone Man, I think he credit finish. and every day telling him that this and that, the right honorable and the right honorable. Right, what has the right honorable do for us to be promoting the right honorable?
Well, you talk about Mr. Telephone Man. I normally don't listen to podcasts, But some reason yesterday, I happened to stumble upon one that he did. And boy, I was so disappointed. Because you hear things from people all the time, and then you hear people evaluating, others, But sometimes there could be biasness in it and whatever. But when you hear it for yourself, and you realize, but this man really ignorant and stupid. I mean, really not knowledgeable and things like that. I say, boy, no wonder why these people are right. I mean, for the first time, I find all Frenchmen right. Nobody wrong.
I think we have to get to a place, Sir Leo and Mr. Mills, that, we have to come to terms with the fact that there are people who just think differently to us. And we are seeing around the world, and regionally, internationally, that people have some queer. You know the word queer?
Yeah.
Some queer ideas. Although, when we examine it, we say, well, that can make sense. But yet for all, they hold on to it. So we have to the point is, we have to get accustomed to dealing and living with and among people with queer ideas. It might be contrary to even what we know growing up, but this is the way it is today. People have queer ideas, and you wonder, how could you reason as that? How could you reason as that? Somebody things that they advance. How could you think logical? I mean, it's the kind of world we live in that we have to prepare ourselves for it.
No, well, not prepare ourselves for it. We have to prepare ourselves for all things that happen again. And every time I look at it, turn around, I look up, look down, look sideways, for something that I can say thank you for, or something I can
find nothing.
I can't find. I say we have to remove this saying, needle in a haystack. And add and put in its place something good you have to do in Karaku.
Well, if you're looking for that, you'll be looking for a very long time. Eh? You're not going to find that so easy, you know.
Yeah.
You just mentioned needle in a haystack. It's taking you forever and ever, you know.
Or replace that.
Definitely. Well, before we move further, let me just take a telephone call. Vibes FM landline caller, come in.
Yes. Good morning to everyone.
Good morning,
my dear.
And
Good morning.
I'm glad to know that all you Maroon and String Band
Festival.
business
Yeah.
was a success.
Mm.
Thank you, everyone. What I want to advise the public is education is an act of development of nation.
Yeah.
And you look at the word education as an endeavorment to development. One understanding of calculation. One attention of thinking independently or organizing one's nation. So if we want our nation to go forward, we must have educated people at the helm. And when a government put education as the first preference, that's a good government. I remember when the revolution came into being, the first thing was free education and the CPE program, developing people so they could understand their time in life and their needs. So this government, I want to commend them again for education. First thing, they have free lunch for the children. Some children cannot learn without empty belly. To develop their brain, they must eat well. And what they do for the children that couldn't afford further education, as going to New Law and the other institution, adds up to them. I tell them, continue to develop the community so we go have a good nation. Have a good day.
Thank you, my dear. That someone came from the mount. I want to come to your church, love. You said it. I couldn't say it better.
But again, as you just realized, they're speaking about education. And this is something that was not talked about for the longest while, but it's now on the forefront and the front burner, as you will see now. That the Prime Minister is always talking about that, educating yourself.
And you know what is so wicked about this whole thing? My good gentleman, I know he had the whole gamut as far as education is concerned. He educated himself and he knows the value of education, but yet you're promoting poor and vulnerable.
But I mean, he's a product of our education system here because he got a scholarship. Yes, I mean, he didn't just end up with that.
Well,
he's a product of us, like the system. I mean, you know, the late you talked about the scholarship that was given to him. So he has first-hand information. He knows the vulnerability of it, you know, because he always speak about his parents and they were not well off. So
what got him in a different
yeah, I mean, I mean, you know, he's a recipient of the scholarships that we offer here to our citizens, to our children. But you come now, you got all that. I mean, no.
I don't want to give back.
Yeah.
Not only that, you got to be. It's up to Prime Minister. You know why through education.
Yeah.
Through education.
I mean,
you don't want somebody else to be educated.
To be referred to as a mathematician. A mathematician. How many mathematicians we know in the region, or that we know? But we refer to as that. It is something that is special, highly specialized area, and yet for all you don't see the need for the children who playing down the road need that opportunity as well.
The need. The purpose. Hold on. Vibes FM, Landline caller.
Morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes, morning.
Kai, Mr.
Morning,
Kim, and
morning,
Mr.
morning.
Joseph. Good
Morning, sir. Morning.
to everyone. My observation and question may zero wrong journalism, so that might be more wrong Mr. Kai part in his part.
Okay.
Because I know he have some journalist experience. When a journalist have to report news on a particular topic, mainly it is expected that they will give their research, do the in-depth before they bring that broadcast into the news item. Most likely, it will happen to be so. I listened to the presentation in Parliament with leader of government business, Mr. Telesford, and the gun amnesty aspect of things. He said there will be 3 months for the amnesty when you will turn in your gun and things of that sort. After the 3 months, if you are being found with a gun which is illegal, you will be sent to Richmond Hill in prison as such. GBN went and they interviewed the lawyer, Jerry Edwin. And he make a whole talk about it. Now, GBN report stress on the fact that you're going straight to prison if you're found with an illegal weapon. Now, previously, it was noted in the lead up before they passed the bill that if after the 3 months you are found with the illegal weapon, it will be, I don't know if there is a word like that, meaning you will not get bail.
Yeah.
If you found with an illegal weapon in your possession.
Right.
If you don't get bail, where you are expected to be?
in jail?
If I tell you cannot get bail, where are you expected to be?
Straight to jail. Yeah, I know
Straight
about that.
to jail. That
Yes.
is, common sense. And Tuesday, the parliamentary rep for St. Andrews Southwest make a whole talk about that and say, oh, they harsh, they this, and you could just put somebody in jail and this and all sort of thing. The news reporter come and she report, oh, you're going straight in jail and different things of that. I listen now, MTV News. MTV don't put the point about you going straight to prison. They talk about 3 months. Now, I am saying here there is 2 journalists and such. If I say that you have something illegal and it's an item that there is no bail for it, common sense will tell you you can be on the street. But the way they put it across, like the minister when he present the bill, it's like he overruled over the judicial system and he is saying, anytime we arrest you, we just grab you and we put you in jail. And then Mr. Jerry Edwin giving a long explanation statement and saying you can't do this and can't do that and can't do that. But what I'm saying, the journalist that is reporting on GBN in presenting the news aspect of things, I would even include you going straight to jail if after the 90-day period or 3 months period, because it's already stated you would not receive bail. But I'm saying all that to mean that when journalists present the news, they could twist the news in such a way to make it reflect, and maybe the presenter of the bill or the administrator of the bill, we have a dictatorial sort of a system. Journalists sometimes could be doing mischievous work in reporting news items.
Yep.
They know what they have to present, but they will put twists in news so that to confuse and create an atmosphere.
Definitely.
And I think
Yeah.
journalists have to be sometimes more responsible. When you know the system of something, don't present it in news item. Like if there is no system, there is a judicial system. And if I say you can't get bail, I can leave you walking over town. It's one common place we put people when they can't get bail. So if I give you 3 months and I say you have an amnesty, turn in your weapon, and if the 3 months up and you have something illegal and you cannot get bail, then you are asking straight out that I'm prepared to go to prison. That is basic common sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we need research when journalists presented news in Grenada.
But Kola, what happens in many instances, you know, in that these journalists, they have an agenda, yeah? You know, they sometimes doing it purposely for whatever reason, I don't know, but purposely.
Because that is what I'm saying.
Yes.
And then you had the member of parliament from Southwest making a whole issue over that is too harsh. You can't take somebody and put them in prison just like that. I mean, she's supposed to explain and say the judicial system will come into place. So even though the leader of government business present and in his statement he talk about you will be placed in jail. The leader of government business can take somebody and put them in jail. The judicial system.
Yeah.
You have to know the distinction between the 3 arms of government.
Yep.
And you know the judicial system is there. And it is an arm of government. You have the parliamentary arm and the judicial arm. So what I'm saying, journalists in Grenada, what I find, they don't do research. Whether they ignorant about certain things, and they come on the news, and they just turn a news item.
I know journalists and those people are supposed to be objective. But in these times, journalists and now those so-called podcasters, they're not journalists, they're mercenaries. They're gone so high, they're on the payroll. So I don't know if there's enough been paid in the industry for their work, but they're gone so high. Go and talk and say things for me, and you'll be compensated, right or wrong. Once it sits well with my position, you'll be compensated. And that is still prevalent in Little Grenada?
Yes, I find that is very prevalent in Grenada. Yeah. When you are a journalist, yes, some journalists have the bias.
Yes.
But when you claiming to be neutral, if you present in certain news item, you do your research, you check, and you present the news item in a manner which you know, even though that can happen, you don't make it a news item.
But you know, Kola, you're so correct in your assessment there, because what we are seeing, the lack of, is balance. A lot of people, I mean, I grew up around this, media stuff, studying and so on, and you do not put one side out without at least getting a comment from the other side. This is just an example of how balanced we need to be. So Leo, I heard you use a word there a while ago, objective. Mm-hmm. How objective can we be with open, glaring biases? You know, we have to. It doesn't mean that you agree with what the person would have said, you know, but you are reporting. You are reporting both sides according to Sir Leo. This was said. But however, Kim the King, who was there, you have to be balanced. And the truth is, Scholar, I think we I mean, and I'm part of it here. I'm saying, I think we are losing it. We are losing our balance. And when anybody is not balanced, what happens? We giddy, can't stand up straight, can't think straight. Well, so it is important that we take a stock. I mean, and I say we, I mean we. Take a stock. Yes. And understand that we have to be balanced.
No, but you cannot be balanced if you've been compensated only from one side.
But that's not journalism.
Precisely, but you see, you're so right. But you see, those who, and a lot of them, they're singing for who paid the piper.
You know, and another thing that has really driven this kind of attitude to is that in recent years there has been the fast emergence of public relations people. And public relations people don't have a commitment to say facts. They want to influence you. Yeah? So they will tell you things. I mean, and so it's an influencing thing. It's not a learning by trying to understand the facts and apply it. No. Public relations has also been has played a part in the diminishing of the standard of journalism, news reporting, writing, and so on.
Yeah, but Caller, I'm glad that you raised this point, because this is happening today as we speak, But sometimes some people don't want to hear of it. They don't want to speak about it. But it's here. It should be addressed, just like you do now.
I think so, especially, yes, you could have many radio stations, but when you're dealing with a state broadcasting station, you journalists have to act in professional manner. They may not agree, but when they know they come in to present the news,
right?
You are on a state broadcasting station. You have to do research. You have to check. This cannot happen. Then you don't make it part of the news item. You could present something else or some aspect of it, but if you know it's impossible, it cannot be part of your news item. That is where you do research, you check, you review, and sometimes I just wonder if there is editors in some of the station that before someone report or present, I know it's supposed to pass through the person editing. They double check, they watch, they research. I listen something on BBC and what they say that the BBC News, yes, sometimes they are the bias, but they say before they present a news item, they have to double check and make sure what they come in to present, it is not questionable. But sometimes you listen to state broadcasting station and reporters, when they report sometimes, questionable, not factual. Maybe how they see from their point of view and not what it's supposed to be. Journalists have to be professional.
Should be.
If you are a private radio station, well, you could say what you want.
Amen.
Well, even then, you have to be responsible.
When I say you could say what you want, you may get away with it a little bit. But when you call yourself a broadcasting station,
if we want to be fair, when you listen to Vibes, you know what to expect.
Yes.
Yes, I quite agree, because you allow people their views and if what they're saying, you realize no, you go give the correction. If what they're saying, then you say, well, yes, and such. And then I have another aspect of things. Sometimes one have to wonder if you will say economists tell lies or they speak the truth. Two economists, one from the central bank and another one, I think he reported on is it the KPI or something so. But they talk about economic growth in Grenada, and the economy grew by much percent, and in tourism and different aspects, and they say the economy is growing, construction industry as such. Yeah, you are the member of parliament on Tuesday saying there is no economic growth. Unemployment skyrocket. Go in the shop in town and ask people what's happening. Well, my gracious, I always say, if something not in my profession, I know my line of speaking. Because that's not my field. You telling me the central bank will employ somebody, he come, he state something, he don't know what he's talking about. So he state the economy grow in 2023. Now you, who is not an economist, you say you're going to shop in town, and as that. So in two shop in town, they say sales slow. Does that mean that the economy does not grow nationally? I don't know the reason why the two shops in town not getting sale. So I cannot make that as factual statement. I have to go with what the professional person say and then put it to the test. And two different persons not coming from the same organization or entity speak about the growth in the economy in Grenada. I don't think two economists come in and tell lies to Grenada.
Not at all, no.
I don't think so. So sometimes I'm saying that I don't know, and that is why I strongly believe in education, and as rightly say, with children getting to go to college without having to pay a college fee and new law, and little children could go to school, they have an assurance that they can get a lunch, because if they don't have lunch in school, they can learn.
Right.
And I think education is the way forward that you have to take people in this country, because people still have the concept because they feel that some people are behind in education and some people do that. The right and the uneducated more to just keep them in a certain position. But the more people are educated, the least there is a tendency that you can control them. Because that time they start thinking for themselves.
Yep.
And education is the drive. We have to take our people and take this generation and create every opportunity for they get an education. And I heard a while ago, you all mentioned about scholarship. Scholarship is available, and children should seize those opportunities, educate themselves. Parents can't say they leaving the children home now. They getting food in school.
Send them.
Send them.
Send them.
And they have to be hard on parents. If they see the children home and they're stating they don't have nothing to eat, send them in the schoolhouse.
Yep.
Because the more uneducated people you have in a country, the more crime will escalate.
That's it. Okay, Kola.
Thank you.
And Kola, I think again I want to say how great your presentation is in this context, and I'll finally close by saying education disqualifies us to be slaves.
Okay. Right. Kola, thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye. Yeah, what has been said though, let's go back on this gun amnesty. And I fully agree with what was going to be put into law. 3 months, bring it in. After that, no excuse.
Surrender or suffer.
That's it. No excuse. No, you come now to file a case and start to make excuse. There's no excuse. You're found with an illegal gun, firearm or whatever. After the 3 months amnesty, take you in.
Stand the consequences.
That's it. And that's the only way. You see, you have to sometimes get, they are calling out and say, oh, so much guns now, people shooting this and that and blah, blah, blah. So we do something about it. You want to do something about it now to start to say, oh, no, you can't, that you shouldn't do that. But what? Take them in. I agree with that 100%. And for those who still in possession of one with a license, vet them again. Because
well, isn't the license is an annual thing? You have to apply for license. The license is for 5 years, 1 year, 3 years. Or how long is the license for? When you get a license, how long you have it for?
Well, I'm not sure on that, so I can't make any comments on that.
But yeah, I would think it would be it's a renewable thing. You can't just have license forever.
Not all. Not forever. You once you're licensed holder, and then you
pay
operate, and you operate within the rules, and you pay your license. Then you're eligible to hold it, but you have to pay to hold the firearm.
Right.
I mean, like all the other license that we need to have to function, all of them are renewable.
Correct.
Liquor dealers license every year. The magistrate's court meet.
Yes.
Your driver's license. They say on your birthday. Yeah. So I'm just saying, not you renewing the license, but of course to keep it alive, because if it's not paid, it's illegal. It's not valid rather. Yeah. So these are things that I would expect to have a continuous flow,
but
checking on, so that if this year you say that you don't have it, and you pay for it, I think this system has to be clear, and we have to have some clear guidelines as to how we function within this.
The only thing why I made that statement is because I strongly believe that there are people now with firearms, that are licensed to have a firearm, that don't need one. They don't. Like the last time when we had an incident where one gentleman in the Dumfries area take a firearm and shoot up some cattle in the road and things like that. Is that the purpose of it?
No.
Why you want to catch and practice or something? I mean,
like on the
come on.
ridge.
No, I'm just saying.
No, that's what you're saying.
So so if that is the purpose of your firearm, to shoot up cattle in the road, then we need to check you back again to see whether or not you need one. Whether and if you don't, revoke, take it back.
Well, I mean, we always have to look and see.
But I'm looking forward to this, because why? If you realize, before it gets worse, they need to step on it right now, because the problem that you have. Look, the problem that you have in the US, forget it. They would never get this thing under control because there's too much guns out there, and it trickles down from the US into the islands just as well. Jamaica, Trinidad, all this place is full of firearms. But if they have the strict laws and everything in place there, at some point in time, we will have it under control. So before it gets worse, let's step on it right now.
See, the problem is, if you're going to be serious, you must be serious. You cannot be serious, but.
No.
You must
Either or.
Yeah, it must be serious, full stop. What Americans say, period. Serious?
Serious, that's it.
Yeah.
That's all that. If you, the Singaporean way, I really love it. And that we have a living example, the progress that this little country underwent in such a short time. What more evidence do you want?
And that is one of the reasons why those in opposition, they just can't deal with it. Well, because it's happening too fast. Vibes, hold a second, hold it out there. Vibes FM, landline caller, come in.
Yeah, Tim, man, these media people, man, they are puppet on a string, man. Don't you know the Diablo control these people, man? They're politicking straight. You know that? They ain't gonna bring the right news.
Yeah? Okay. All right, thank you. You were saying something, sorry. Yeah.
That I was going to say that, and that is worldwide, eh?
Yeah.
Well, if you want to know how widespread it is, you look at Al Jazeera. And you look at any of the outlets in the United States, which is, as far as I'm concerned, they are all either owned or controlled by a similar entity.
Yeah.
So even as liberal as they may seem, you're only allowed to say certain things, they can only go so far. Otherwise, either the head of that, the CEO of that station head will roll, or somebody gets fired. I see it every day. So it's sad. It's sad.
Okay.
Somebody mentioned earlier on about the idea about editors and so on. I mean, an ideal newsroom. An ideal newsroom is that you have reporters, the first lane, bringing the information. If you, based on the size, you might have a sub-editor. Check it out, make sure that all the dots are crossed and so on. And then it goes to the editor. And from the editor, it goes for printing, for publishing. So it doesn't matter if the person writes a story and just put it to publish. The system has in itself a checks and balances. Why do we can we get it right still?
It's supposed to.
I'm just saying that's how the setup is for a newsroom, a news media. You're reporting. You have these levels, yeah. So not everybody will just write something and put it there. You just publish it. You have to have because let me tell you, if you are sued, if you say something that's not true and you are sued, is the editor. The editor has to be accountable. You are the one who is responsible for putting this out. And you might say, okay, well, he write it. right?
You
But
don't know.
the point is,
Yeah.
the editor is the one responsible. So you have to maintain that kind of level
Yeah.
of accountability. So people who know that they just can't just say it, and even though you say anything, there are people to check it. That's what the editors are there for.
Well, somewhere along the line, you might say either they're not doing their job, or it's all the same eggs in the same basket.
Well,
Yeah.
Which is the same thing you said. They're not doing their job. Well, there's eggs in the same basket.
Not that they're not doing their job, the editor is answering to higher body.
Well, of course.
And the higher bodies who paying the editor. And the higher body's point of view have to prevail.
But in media, it's bad when you're controlled by these kind of factors. Eh?
Yeah, but it's widespread.
Yeah.
Widespread.
That's why I said earlier on that a lot. What has taken over the media these days is the public relations aspect. You pay people to write things, yeah, and get it published. But it doesn't mean that it is factual in essence with news and that kind of thing. You know, and a lot of people in recent times have been going into public relations aspect of media. I know a lot of people who left, who was direct reporters, yeah, and left and went to do public relations. That's where the money is. Pussy. So, I mean, all these things influence what the media puts out, because I write it because I am to represent a particular viewpoint, or I write it because these are the facts. Yay or nay?
Okay. There's one item that's been making a lot of talk over the past week, and it's pertaining to Peter David. He went ahead and opened up a road somewhere in the town of St. George. I don't know if you've been following there, you know. And listen to the clip. Listen to this before you speak.
Yeah, I am so proud to be here today with the people of Kalata. The Kalata area is the area right above Mount Rush, right above Dabo. And this road we built just before the elections. We completed it. Some work had to be done after to make sure all the final touches were in place. But I'm here today with the people of the village just to celebrate the road. I can't formally open it, I'm not the government, but certainly I can celebrate an achievement that we had. And the people in the area have always been saying, Peter, come let's do something. Come let's do something to celebrate this wonderful road. This area, in my view, is one of the most beautiful areas. You will see photographs of the view you have from here. The people up here are, it's a tight village. The people up here are proud people. So as Member of Parliament for the town of St. George, I am happy to be here this evening, formally declaring our opening. It's not a government opening, but it's the people's opening of this road. And I want to thank everybody in the area who helped. I want to thank the contractor who did it, Valista Francis, who did a wonderful job. I want to thank all the people in the area. You know, my good friend General PP lives up here. Noreen, who is going to say a few words in a minute. So I want to thank all of them for the support I've received in this project and generally in the town of St. George.
You hear that? He cannot officially open the road.
No. But I want
but he's coming together to celebrate the road.
To formally open the road.
Politics.
He said no. He's formally, he's with the people. He's formally opening the road with the people.
And you know that place he's speaking about there is way up on top, almost going up to the when you of course you leave the
listen.
Tight village. The people up here are proud people. So as Member of Parliament for the town of St. George, I am happy to be here this evening, formally declaring our opening. It's not a government opening, but it's the people's opening of this road.
All the nonsense.
If you're trying to buy 2 ounces of him and credit,
but
you can't blame politics.
Our opening?
Yeah.
Politics. You know those, hold on. The people are asking, who is responsible for opening the road?
Yes.
The government.
Yes.
It's official.
Yes.
The government.
Public road is managed and run by
a
system of government.
But he get to formally open the road with the people.
Yes.
Hey, you can't blame Peter.
What do you mean?
The accomplishments are so few that anything they have here to grab it, The man's a politician.
So he's trying to
be relevant?
Yes,
no, be relevant.
But you know,
remember Peter. That is only Peter he's a politician. He have the convention to face. The man is fully occupied, you know. So anything that's going to show him in a positive light, you have to grab it. And on Peter said, boy, come, take your fame, eh? If 5 minutes fame, take it.
Legally open the road is all road, he said?
Yes, all road.
All road. Yeah.
And that's it, you know. And it just make me feel and make me realize, you know, that the spotlight is away from him as well, like anybody else. It's away from him. Yeah. So and they're trying to get into the mix, because the opposition, well, right now, as far as I'm concerned, I'm seeing, you know, they're irrelevant. They
Well, look at difficult situation for Diablo now. Peter is trying to take credit and put him in good light for the convention. Diablo want that, but at the same time, he don't want NDC to have a saying, well, the road is completely on our watch and we open it up. So that's a dilemma, boy. That's a dilemma.
Mr. Kim, good morning. Mr. Leo and Mr. Coy.
Good morning, my dear.
Thumbs up to the people of Karakou for a well organized festival they had, and thumbs up to my government for what they're doing. I mean, in terms of Peter, they have him tied. They pull the tongue out of his mouth. So when he sees something and he feels he could squeeze himself to say something,
he take it.
That's the time he does babble. If you listen to the NNP every Tuesday morning, they bring in the professor man. She has done so much in St. Andrews until she breed a new line of criminals. Those that hijacking boat, she that breed them up there, you know. Yes. And those that raping and those who running away, she that breed them. That was her group. Yeah. Every Tuesday morning, she and the Clarice Modest and all of them, they had nothing to say, but they come in and bave. So Peter get a little avenue. Whether he's accepted, yes or no, he squeezed himself in to say something. But Peter, thanks but no thanks. Have a good day.
Caller, before you go. Caller, what you know about bave?
What?
What you know about bave?
I used to hear my grandparents say that. And he like to bave, you know. And another thing, you know, I heard they talking about Senator Lacrette had a get-together and he buy rum and he give his people. But I want to tell this woman that don't have a life. Ask Emmeline Pierre who bought rum for the boys on the carnage. She has said it many, many times. So if you don't have anything to say and you don't even have teeth in your mouth, just shut up. Have a good day.
You too, my love. You too.
They open up worms on themselves. They can in front of themselves, and that's one of the problems. You realize that because as this call just mentioned there, whereby Emmeline Pierre was criticizing Peter when he was at NDC for buying rum
for the boys.
Okay? Yeah. But now the same Peter that she was criticizing for buying rum for the boys is the same Peter that is with her now, with them now.
Sure.
Is the next one?
Sure. Because,
sure.
They could be...
You're speculating.
Hold on. London caller coming.
Hi, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Yes.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Okay, all right.
I call for the program?
Yes, go ahead. You're live.
Okay, sir. I want to tell all them green grasshoppers and them to call up on the opposition, tell him to leave all the party, take a rest. You have 19 million, buy a yacht, and go out there and enjoy yourself. That you have to fight himself to come back in this politics thing. Because even though he fight to come back, them green grasshoppers and them, they'll never come back in this power, in this politician office power. They have to take a rest. Let them take a rest. It's time. 23 years. They was raining inside there. They never do nothing for the country. But now this government coming now, they pay the teachers and them pension, gratuity. With government, you could have get to do that. Dr. Kit Mitchell never do it. And how much teachers, what you see below the hard sound now, sweating and protesting whatever for the gratuity and the pension. So I'll repeat again. All you these green grasshoppers on them, tell all you green opposition to step out, forget politics, and buy a yacht and go out and cruise yourself and enjoy 19 million. Have a good morning.
Okay, thank you.
caller.
Next one, then caller. Next one, then caller, come in.
Hello?
Yes, hello, yes, go ahead. Yeah, turn your radio down. Turn your radio down, please. Turn your radio.
Yes, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah,
sorry.
Okay.
I always do that. No, I would have much preferred to listen to the discussion, but I want to comment on about 3 points. Someone said that Kit Mitchell is a mathematician. If he was a mathematician, how comes he made that calculation that the pension and gratuity will cost over $400,000
Not
or
thousand.
$400 million?
Mm-hmm.
Right? How could he have made that mistake?
Well, that wasn't a calculation, that was a politician.
Huh?
That wasn't a calculation, that was a mathematician, that was a politician speaking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, Kit Mitchell is a statistician.
Yes, that's right.
That, vast different, that, although it's the same mathematics thing,
Yeah.
but a statistician is not a mathematician, right? So let us get this quite clear.
Yeah.
And Kit Mitchell and he and both Eric Gary were not interested in educating the people. Because you see, when you educate someone, they have sense, they have knowledge, they could challenge you. And Kit Mitchell did not want anybody to challenge him. You see? So I'm saying again that we have to be careful that Kit Mitchell, in my view, made more damage to Grenada than Hurricane Janet and Ivan. Right? No. So this thing, the educating of our people and the changing of the situation in Grenada, going to take years, many years, because of the damage that the NNP did to our country. The May Day rally yesterday was a success because it is the first time that workers, trade union leaders did not confront government and bash government, right? Because they were all pleased with the success of the government and all the good things that the government did for them. So they did not get the chance to bash government yesterday. They were very surprised. I still believe that the NNP should be investigated. I'm not saying that because of spite or a witch hunt or anything. I think, and even Chester Humphrey said it some time ago, I still feel that the government must find some way of investigating the NNP. That's my contribution for today. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you so much. 443-0101 and 439-0101 and the WhatsApp numbers is 534-3097 and 403-0101. Speaking about investigating the government, and my position on that is to just go ahead, govern the country, and go about your business, because we've been so far back. There's so much catching up to do that you don't want to waste time now on investigating. Listen, man, Grenada was about 25 years back, and now we're trying to catch up. And as you sometimes say, Solio, we have to go in fast forward in order to just get even, because we've been drinking back. We've been in rewind.
Hear you.
Drinking back.
Not that I disagree, but in some instances, there are some sores that are festered and continue to fester. So, I want no life sore. I don't want no life sore.
Cut it out.
something have to be healed.
Yeah.
Or cut out?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Are they healed or cut out?
Cut out. Yes.
Oh my
Because no, because the people who sitting sometimes on high earnings, high earnings, there was no consequence for the behavior, and people who are like that are sometimes tempted to continue their evil ways. And if their behavior go unchecked, they'll raise their ugly head somewhere else. So, in order to get rid of the snake, I want to take out the head.
Hold on a minute. Vibes FM?
You're fine.
Landline caller coming.
Yeah. Joseph, he's right, man. We don't need this kind of bacchanal. That's what they have on the bacchanal like that, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? They're gonna tie everything up. You don't need that.
Okay.
You don't need no. Let it go. Let that go. You don't need to have that. Diablo, that's all you need.
Okay. So Leo, you say cut off the head.
Cut off the head.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the snake will run again,
So if you cut the tail, that don't solve the problem.
No, you see it sometimes, and in an apologetic form, try to play dead. As long as you're watching, you run again, No man.
Let me go.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Basket man, you on? Hello.
Morning.
Yeah. A lot of noise around you. Yes.
Hello.
Go ahead.
On?
Yeah, you're on.
Mr. Kim, on, morning.
Yeah,
good morning, Mr. Kim, morning, Mr. Joseph, and morning, Mr. Koi.
Morning, Basket man.
Yeah, I must have to commend Livingston Nelson for taking an initiative what would be a very good initiative for Grenada and the Caribbean, country and the Caribbean generally.
Mm-hmm.
When he says that he would like to have a carnival from Rainbow City from the airport, the whole airport to Grenville without DJ. That was a good idea. That is a good idea, sorry. And I hope that he knows that you have two sides to the story.
Mm-hmm.
In the slave, and then he said they raped and robbed our forefathers and enslaved them. But you have another side to the story which I want him to know. Mr. Nelson, Jim speaking here, Basketman. I hope you're listening to the program today. There is another side to this story which we must get into in order to for the people to learn really about the slavery and what went on. I heard that there is already procedure. I would like to buy one anyway. And for the schools, they say, but I believe everybody in Greenland is supposed to get one. And I would like to have one. And then now, the next side of the story, I hope Mr. Nelson is ready because I'm writing, as I said before. And so the people should know what went on in slavery and the next part of slavery, because there are two parts of the slavery here. And so we have to get into it. Then now I'm looking at the churches, what do you call it again? The wise king, the wisest king, King Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Pastor, I hope you listen to hear you on that. How can a man be a wife, 300 wives, concubines, and 400 men servants? Because I think he created lesbian in the world. Because how can one man have 300 wives? How can he have sex with 300 wives?
Yeah.
In what time? I'm asking. I can't see he having 300 wives. Because when he making love to one wife, I'm saying those things for the mind of the people to open and think for themselves. How can a man be a wise man from that point of view? Thank you, Mr. Kim.
Okay, thank you so much.
One love.
Okay, bye. Basketman.
Yeah, Basketman asking some questions there, and I think as a people we need to try and understand those stuff, because the way you asked the question there, it's more than just, in my view, my reading of it and my understanding of it, it's more than just saying one man has 300 wives. Yeah, but however, there's no time to go into that. But I'm just saying that is how he is looking at it, and is judging it through those lens. I guess he defines the word wife in a particular way.
Vibes FM, London caller.
Good morning, Mr. Kim.
Good morning, still.
Good morning, Mr. Leo.
Good morning, Pastor. How are you?
Well, fine. And good morning, Mr. Coy.
Good morning.
Yes. I just sit there. I was just listening to the program. It's a long time I didn't call.
Mm-hmm.
There is a time we need to sit and listen.
Yeah, okay.
And then we learn a lot.
Yep.
From the school of wisdom. Yeah?
Okay.
Yes. So what's new?
Well, a question was just asked for you to address. I don't know if you missed that part.
But he was a little bit breaking up.
He was breaking
I
up,
didn't
yeah.
hear the whole thing.
Yeah, but he was trying to call out to you in particular to ask you how possible could it be said, of we could tolerate in some religion 300 wives, 400 concubines. How could one man handle that?
Yes, but Basket man, good morning. If you listen to me, that's Pastor here. It's simple, Mr. Mills. A man could only handle what a man could only eat what he could chew. And if a man says he's wise, as Basket man is a wise man, I sure he wouldn't go that way.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I say no more. All of the Bible tells us that the man had wisdom, and in the wisdom, we know from the word of the Lord, which some believe and some don't believe, that he came to the point where he said the whole conclusion of the matter of a man's life, that not a man should have all his possession, but as a man should fear God and keep his commandments. That's the whole duty of a man. Because having all this wife does not bring comfort to the man. And there are so many people that still believe they could go that way. Some time ago I came from Carrick when I was coming down and killed the Express, and there was a man on the boat and he was talking about the same thing. He said a man cannot have one. And I shake my head, so he recognized who I am, and he's trying to draw my attention. And I said to him, I sure all what you're saying there, you cannot have more than one, but if one that you have is too much for you still. So the conversation ended right there. Mm-hmm. But to say one and to say so much have been said about the media houses, and Mr. Coy, I guess that's some of his background. But for the longest while, to the listening public, we have been listening to politicians and so forth, especially the past regime, that did so much to our nation, and we must all accept that, especially the media. You remember in 2013 what was said, that we found oil, Mr. Mills?
Yeah.
And the media, you look at GBN, I saw where they had some oil rig. I don't know where they pulled it down from, probably outside in the Middle East. And it seems like what they were saying, what the politician was saying, was true. I remember one politician said, morning Mr. Tobias, that he said he convinced he was just waiting to dip his finger into that oil. The media never went out and do the research before they came and published it. And over, this was in the news. And we saw the rigs and so forth. And I don't want to take long on that, but you know what went on, yes? Because if you're talking about 7 wells and you dug one, and one well have so much potential, and the media didn't went out and find out that if that was true. So the media at times, they does a lot of injustice to our nation, yes? Because there is a saying that normally people will say, who pays the piper? They call the tune, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. True. Yeah.
And that is true. That's what we have been facing for decades. Mr. Mills, we are so grateful to have that media houses that speak out, because we're getting a lot of information, and right now we have been educating and advancing and making a lot of corrections. So therefore, politicians cannot just come and say something, but there is a lot of investigation going on. Yes? And in my neck of the woods, I remember that breakwater Simon Still, which is outside climate change. I remember one morning he called the station and for the Breakwater project. And this is where, some media houses need to correct a lot of things. Because he said they did a impact assessment with the Breakwater, and I gave my name, I gave my telephone number and told him to call me. You see, because there are a lot of information that have been circling outside and there are no facts from the media. And that is so detrimental. That's why our people remain in bondage for so long they could not get out. But as you have that media outlet where people can come and now voice their opinion and do research and say, Mr. Mills, the thing is not so. You understand?
Yeah.
Like the houses in Dumfries. You get me?
Yep.
And they said things are ready and look what, when you go there, nothing like that. It's like remember something Mr. Albert used to talk about in Pity Martinic? The billboard?
Yeah.
Do you remember that, eh?
Yes, okay.
Yeah. When somebody was saying that there is some investigation, this government must be investigated. These are simple things that need to be investigated. Very, very simple. There is a lot of things there that the past regime have done that need to be investigated. Even the Breakwater in St. Patrick. I asked the question, is there any money left? In a meeting that we had some years ago. And the contractor said, yes, there's 1.1 million left. And up to this day, not a stone has been thrown. There is so many things factual. It came from his mouth. This is on record. There were ministers in that meeting. And that was said. So there are a lot of things before our hand that can investigate it. Now, I just want to say and give both ministers, East and West, a little thumbs up.
Yeah.
There will no longer be any cut in the house here now, yes?
Okay.
So that's very good, Mr. Mills and Mr. Leo.
Mm-hmm.
And they listen in public, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somewhat. There cannot be any cutting. People have been somewhat a little bit more comfortable because they are meeting with people and so forth. We had a town hall meeting sometime dealing with the Breakwater, and you said that I would have reported back to you.
But you never did.
They will report it now.
Yeah, they came forward and they had some drying and so forth, but we are not fully satisfied because there's a lot of work to be done based on the nature. The expertise were there and they gave us their side of it, but yet still, I remember that morning when I saw a young man and a lady were going and do some diving in the reef and so forth, but the water was very calm and so forth. So after the meeting, I spoke to an engineer. And I said to him, yes, they may go and dive and look at the coral reef and probably the tide of the water, but they should have come the week before and see the nature and the behavior of the current,
Yeah.
So these are the things that needed, because it's not something that the water was just coming in like that, because when they put that Breakwater, the stone, the water came in with that rush, and it's not going back. Mr. Leo, your family are all gone, eh?
Oh, God, that's Moncreevy.
And nobody will be compensated for that,
Wow.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, all that gone. So, yes, there are things that they will try to address. But like we said, we hope, it's not something still to just rush down. Because when the past administration was doing something good, they protect one side and the next side to see what happens. So what they said that they will do the two components, they will do a wall like Bass Way and a next one on the beachfront. So let's hope that what they are saying, I guess as much with all of the people and the community input, what was said, I guess as more they take it into consideration because we have to tell them the story. Because we born and grew up there and we know the behavior of the city high tide around October to around March, April, what normally happened. Yes? So things are somewhat, we are a little bit more comfortable. Yes? And we must give the government thumbs up because as made a celebration yesterday right there in Fall Recreation Ground, and I guess so much the people for the first time who saw all what the Breakwater doing, the erosion and so forth, probably some of them still holding their head. They can't believe because they was only hearing and they were seeing it through the media. But firsthand now, listen, it's not what it's supposed to be. But made a celebration from my point of view. I think it was very successful with all the union and so forth because most of them giving thumbs up to the government. Even the senator I can't remember his name. He was the only one of a little bit more on the negative side. But you see, in everything, it's good to have a little negative, you know. Mr. Leo.
Yes.
You know, just the checks and
Balances, of course.
You know, the government in checks, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So the union definitely keeping them in checks, you know. But some of the things that I heard from him, the Lewis guy, the president, the senator, there are some things he was blaming for, and there are some things that he said, well, what we have heard and so forth and so forth. But there are a number of things that we heard that it was not truthful, and you couldn't blame this administration for it. But my substantial thing today is this. There are a lot of people that are talking about, we're going Gaza now this morning, yes?
Okay.
I got to go Gaza because I've been listening for the longest while. And people were saying, listen, one gentleman called your program sometime, and he was saying, if you got to be a Christian, you got to throw up your hand for Israel and support Israel.
Yeah?
Yes, man.
So,
okay.
Listen, we have to understand, there are people who believe the Bible is true. There are people who have questions about the Bible. There are people who, like my friend called a while ago, oh, one man could have so much wives. Yes?
Yep.
And a number of things. But the fact of the matter is, if we believe in the divine scriptures, what the Lord has said, it must come to pass. You read the book of Matthew 24, and these are the things that Jesus said to his disciples. They wanted to know, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming and the end of the world? Who don't believe that we are in the end? Too bad for them. The fact of the matter is, wars must fight. You cannot change that. That's what just said. So whether it's who it starts from, what side you take, that's just that. Israel, people say this is not the Israel of God. Well, bring the true Israel of God forward. And if that is not the true Israel of God, based on the word, the Bible tells us that all those that support them now will turn away from them. They will become the enemies, America and all of them. But in all of that, because they are known of God, when they start doing what's right, all the other nations will team up against them to bring them in bondage. Because if God is on your side, nobody could beat you. Eh? I am not saying all that they're doing it's right, because God does not condone sin. And it's a sin problem, you know. It's not just to say fighting for land and all these things. It's just a sin problem. And let's not forget, people must die. And why death came? Because of sin. And all that mankind fighting for is to control and to rule. And that's what really happened. And it's two half brothers fighting up there, Ishmael and Isaac. He knows that. So when people saying about the church and the land of people, and look at babies have been killed, when we have natural phenomena like earthquakes and volcano and so forth, does that mean that babies do not die? And God letting us know, listen, what we have is a sin problem. That's why a brother will fight against a brother. That's why even in Grenada we talk about the gun law and all these things. Why? All this should happen. Well, there is a greed, there is a hatred in the hearts of people that one wants to dominate, and they will do everything to dominate. And just before I close, I remember, just as people calling in the church and take side, Mr. Leo, Mr. Mills, you know what side I take?
Mm-hmm.
To the past administration.
Yeah.
I always vocal speaking of the ills. Where were those other pastors talking about the ills? I heard one pastor friend of mine say that the most victimization for the past year is this administration. Where were him when the past administration used to victimize people and we could call names? People died, people cried. Look at Dorset Charles. Look at up north here, Mr. Little, with all the lands that have been taken. And we can go on and on today. And we were there. And then we have people come and talk about a number of things. Come on. The past administration did so much ill to our nation. This present administration, people feel comfortable. I saw all the union people in the streets enjoying themselves with a sort of a pride because now they can walk and go to the extra mile. It's not that they go and protest in the sun, but no, they volunteering themselves to go with the children in the sun. Look at we have in the car. They have just name it, Mr. Mills. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Because they know why they putting out. So in time to come, their labor is not in vain. They can go with a package. We have so much police officers, teachers that working for years and they don't want to go home because if they go home, there's nothing to stand on today.
Yeah.
Many of them sit down and said, boy, there is something in place, you know. I can go home and I could have something to bank on. You understand? And then you have the opposition them coming and say, look, how many police retiring and retiring? They couldn't retire before because they had nothing to go home and enjoy.
Yep.
But no, the people of Grenada, the working class, have something. The Iman is, and Sister Claudette, she spelled it out. Look what they have in place. Come on. It's unfair for me to, as a preacher, the minister of the gospel of Christ, to say that this government ain't doing nothing. Come on. The NNP administration, they did so much ill to the own citizens. Education is the way forward. And that is what didn't happen because when they speak, no one investigated. They just jump on the bandwagon and then said, boy, the man cannot lie, you know. When it comes from the pit of hell. Mr. Mills?
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of the day. I didn't mean to take up so much time.
That's okay.
But
Okay.
the fact of the matter is the truth. But this Gaza thing, we're not condoning that people, the war. But this is what the scripture said. And if you think that we see already, the Bible tells us that there is more to come. Read the word.
But Pastor?
Yes, sir.
I very much want you to know that this Israel they spoke about in the Bible is not Netanyahu and them, you know.
Hello?
I said this Israel they spoke about in the Bible is not Netanyahu and them, you know.
Tell me.
Well, this if this Netanyahu and his ilk are what they talk about as being the chosen people, I do not want to be chosen, you know. I do not want to be chosen. And I cannot fathom what is going on there with the help. This, let me tell you what. If you must condemn Hitler for what he did to human beings and the reason why he did it, then there is no justification, biblical or not, for what is going on in Gaza now. And so I don't care if the Bible said that, I don't want to read another Bible. Something is wrong with that, and I don't.
What did I say?
Eh?
Yeah.
What did I say? I said it's a sin problem. That's what it is wrong in. The fact of the matter is, right, there is a natural hatred for Israel to survive. One president or one prime minister said Israel should be cut off from the map.
Which prime minister said that?
One of them said that up in the Middle East. Not maybe or perhaps. Listen, the fact of the matter is, it still remains, Mr. Mills, whether, Mr. Leo, whether we live, whether we are wrong, we will see the scriptures fulfilling. God cannot lie.
I hope so.
Right? God cannot lie. Whether we believe it or not, there are a number of things that the Bible said that must come to pass. Nation shall rise against nation, kingdoms against kingdom. He said all these are the beginning of sorrow. Mr. Mills, Mr. Leo, and the listening public.
Yeah.
Those of us who know the scripture, we haven't seen nothing yet. All that we need to do is to be ready. That's what the Bible warns us about. It will happen. It's a sin problem. Regardless to what we do and say, regardless you say, okay, well, you don't want to be on that side, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right, you know. But the fact of the matter, that does not change the scriptures. Because anytime God sends, because let me tell you something. What happened is that God getting the glory out of that, you know. Because there are nations that does not follow the true and living God. They are gods of stones, gods of wood. They change the true God into a corruptible God. They make their own God. Come on, let's face the thing.
Listen, I'm not that well read as far as the Bible is concerned. But common sense tells me that what is happening in Gaza is not human. And I do not see a person of God or the Bible, whoever it is, will condone that and have an excuse for it. No, if that is so, well, something is very much wrong with the world, and I'm more confused than ever.
Well, and the reason why is because many lives have been lost, right? So we don't accept that.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you seen the vast rate of murder, the tonnes of bombs and so forth have been falling, right? We've seen that happening. Innocent people dying. Yes, that will happen. But look, the gospel of this kingdom must be preached, warning men and women everywhere to repent, to turn from sin. And like I said, this is not just an ordinary war. It's a sin problem. That's what's really happening. So we have to look behind of that. Look at America. Right? Look at America. We know all what she's doing and all what she have, and people doing everything to go inside it. And you could just name it, all manner of sin inside. You think that will go unpunished? Every nation has their own way of punishment. And we cannot stop that. Look at all that they went through under the past administration. People bawled, people cried. People seen their loved ones have been exploited and vindictive, and the list goes on until, look at it now, Mr. Mills, today. Look at all the money was left in the treasury for some little children to come now. And you thumb them in all kind of way, and today they come and they rule in the country so nice and easy. Isn't there not a God?
Okay.
And you admit his divine intervention?
Yes, okay.
Come on.
Yeah.
Look. He said, the mathematician said, the pension and go charity will be over 465 million. This administration said, listen, as long as it's from the government, if we don't have the money, we will go and take a loan and pay it off. Come on, let's face the thing. So listen to me, Mr. Mills. Out of all the suffering that the greater than workers went through, today they're enjoying it. Not so?
Yeah, that's true.
Some of them died. And we didn't understand it up to now. There's a lot of things. And I always say, and this is the reason why in this program, and why I love to listen, is the simple reason why. Because we all agree it have to be divine intervention. All the money was just left there. And listen, it's not that because of what really hurt in the former administration, because that money that is saved up, now the little children don't just come and enjoying it. And bringing Grenada forward. Is that a blessing?
Yeah, of course.
It has to be a blessing, but I want this administration. And you know where I stand on this cannabis thing. And I still remain, my position never changed. People could say what? People could criticize. People could say what? Mr. Mills, Mr. Leo, Mr. Clyde, and the listening public. We have been wrong. Just Tuesday, parents bought their children to be prayed for. 15 years. And the drug, they're in school. And listen, man, we cannot control sin. You know. There's a dying need already. 2008 was a campaign. 2013. But somewhat, I feel if we don't want to acknowledge God, we can go the wrong road, slippery. So we have to tread this cautiously. There are NMP's people who are not for it. There are NEC people who are not for it. Because our children, our future children is at stake. I said sometime on a program, I know of one mother said, Pastor, my 9-year grandson and my 11-year is on the drug already. If people don't want to accept it's a drug, stay on the hub already. Much more when it's legalized. Me and Mr. Cole, morning, Mr. Cole, if you're listening. We had words on that. He read Psalms 1. The tree shall be like planted by the rivers of water, bring forth in its season. But the fact of the matter, I'm saying, we have to make sure that we do what's right. So many of our young children, right now as I speak, I show that their mothers, fathers, uncles, nephews, school teachers, even in the school, there were signs in the school compound, stay away from drugs. Man, we have to face the thing, man. We have to face the thing. And if we're doing it for recreational purpose, we are doing it for economic benefits and whatever. Listen, we have a nation to build, and I still maintain my position. Are we prepared to pay the price? I give somebody a chance. I listen. If I have to call back, I'll call back.
Okay. Thank you so much, for your contribution. 443-0101, 439-0101. Again, 443-0101 and 439-0101. While you were speaking there, somebody just messaged me and reminded me that once on the program, I think I remember, where Gary, in the GRP, was saying, made a statement that they keep on remembering when he says, keep them poor to get the support. Keep them poor to get the support. And that's happening today.
A long time ago.
But
Kim, the last Prime Minister saw it as his method of operation that will get him to where he wants to be. So he just exercise it and
he walk.
And he walk.
Vibes FM. Landline caller.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah.
I'm calling concern the issue with Solomon. Yes, it is written in the book, in the Bible, and all that is written for learning. Remember, Solomon was faithful until he turned his heart unto folly. And when he turned his heart to folly, the amount of wives and concubines he have died was for a time, not for one time. How people ask me how he could control. I remember listening to some program, a young girl say that for 6 months she involved with 365 guys in 6 months' time. So if Solomon done that in 10 years when he turned his heart to folly, that could happen. And it's not a lie. So what God says happen.
Yeah. Go ahead, caller.
So, yes. So if Solomon turned his heart to folly and these things happen, yes, we can say, and it didn't happen for 1 year or 2 years or 3 years. The Bible didn't tell us how much. But we know that is not impossible. It's possible. And the Bible is a book that we really don't understand fully. Because why? The Bible is the Word of God, it's truth. But when there is a truth, why there is so much religion and religion that is confusing, They're confusing people. Listen to that in the Bible when God says that he tell Joseph what will happen for the 7 years. That didn't happen for 1 year, and that 1 year have to take care of the 7 years. We know that corn couldn't last more than a year. So this year we had plenty, next year we had less. The other year we get plenty, the other year we get less. So some people just think it happened in 1 year, and because they can't understand the Bible. And remember what God tell Agar about Ishmael. His hands go be against a lot of hands, and a lot of hands go be against his. So what happening in Gaza must happen. God say in the last days, many will wipe out of the face of the earth. And whether it become with war, that had to happen. And that Israel is not the Israel of old. So what happening is among the Ishmaelites and who call themselves Israel. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think, I'd like to go to the postmortem on the recent festival. See this Bible?
I knew something like that was coming because I really, honestly, if it's one subject I don't, try to accommodate.
Yes, I love the Bible. I like to keep to me.
Yeah, I keep it to myself.
Yes.
Yeah.
It reminds me of your leader. He say when they ask him about the Bible, he say it's very personal to him. So he ain't discussing it.
Yes.
The Bible I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yes, that's Trump. He says it's very personal and he ain't discussing it. So I just saying what you all are saying now reminds me of him.
Okay.
His position.
Let me take a call. Vibes FM, landline caller coming.
Gentlemen.
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, yeah.
Mr. Corey is there?
Yes.
Mr. Joseph is there?
Yes, sir.
Present.
Yes, present.
You all threw him out?
No, I'm here. I'm here.
No. You know something?
Yeah.
Thank God I didn't take much schooling.
But you give.
No.
Dan is the man in the van.
On radio.
Yes.
I see things on television, and I wonder about the stupidity of mankind. You see what called that Bible thing? That is the most deceiving concept for about 3 billion people. Of the 8 billion people in the world, about 3 billion subscribe to Christianity and look at the Bible as their guide. The Bible is not a book that dropped down from heaven, wherever heaven is. If heaven is below, it didn't come up from heaven. If heaven is above, it didn't drop down from heaven. Written by the hand of God. The Bible is a compilation of books. The Bible is a library. A book of stories. A book of myths. A book of songs. A book of psalms. A book of laws. A book of all type of things. Different books. And the Double version has 72 of these books. The King James Version, which is a popular one, has 66 of these books. God never write a book. So how stupid it is for me to say it is the word of God. As though the book was written by God himself. No man has seen God. And no man can imagine God. God is a mystery. I believe in God. I believe in that mystery. But don't ask me anything more.
Than that.
It's too much for the human mind. When you see, all right, we in mango season now.
Go ahead.
You have mango long. You have mango Copeland. You have mango Ceylon. You have mango Julie. You have mango Amy.
Pierre.
You have mango this and that. Aren't they all species of one thing called mango?
Yes.
Well, don't you have Japanese? And you have Chinese? And you have different species of the African Negro? Eh?
Yes.
And you have Indians? If God made mankind, the story of Adam and Eve, remember, it's a story. It's a story. Nobody was there with God writing down what God doing. In fact, the last of creation was man. The Bible, the Christian Bible says, when he finishes his work, he says, no, let us make man. So when man was, when God making the world, and God making this and that, we make a big fuss about many things. God's chosen people. If God would have created so many species of the human race, would God be so selfish, stupid, and otherwise to love one and reject the others? This is madness. And remember, we're only talking about on the earth. We belong to a system known as the solar system. They say 9 planets and the sun, with trillions and trillions and quadrillions of stars. When we move on to galaxies, many, many, many solar systems. Then we move on to Andromedas, many, 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 many galaxies. World without end is a mystery in itself. Matter and space, there is no end. Ad infinitum. Simple and straight. What is happening in Gaza there? As a matter of fact, it is normal and natural if you are a human being of the earth to see the massacre of people by other human beings whose life is no more than those they're killing, as one of the worst atrocities in modern times. So we may be talking about this and talking about that. I don't know what God is. I don't know who God is. But I believe there is God. But my little mind is too small to comprehend the meaning of God. Creation. There is no end to creation. World without end. Even though they say amen, the world still won't end. And this is something we have to look at as human beings. Remember, the Bible is used by a smaller, less than half the population of the world. And there are so many different species of humanity. God has chosen people. Nonsense! Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I mean, this teacher, this lecturer in the school today, and in fact we had a few of them here on today. But Mr. Professor Marshall, let's call him that.
Yes.
Professor Marshall really is open up some very interesting things. I mean, you know, if we were born, for example, if we were born in a place they call Punjab, I would have grown up knowing about the other side, like Muslims and so on, and the Quran. Sorry, yes, the Quran. Yeah, but because I was born in this part, all I know about, all I study about, all I was taught about, is about this. So
you know.
I have to know. I mean, I have to lean on that side. And what Professor Marshall is saying, that hey, listen, there is no beginning as to say God wrote this and God wrote this and God wrote this. But again, I say it's because of our where we are born or upbringing. I mean, but at the end of the day, we are all human beings. That's what it is. Whether you have that, you adhere to that, you adhere to this one. We are all human beings. The story is narrated in different places, differently.
Vibes FM, line and caller, come in.
Well, good afternoon, Brother Kim.
Yes,
this
good
is Big
afternoon.
Time, Mr. Pope, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Oh, not bad. And what about you?
Well, I'm very, very good, and I'm hyper, kicked up, rev up, and all kind of thing, listening those stories there. But before I go further, let me say hello to my dear cousin Leo. This is your cousin, come see grand boy here.
Oh, good day, sir.
And I think Brother Koi, we are cousin too, right? All Karaku people are cousin in one way or another.
Yes. We are one family.
Right. So this is the man right here, and right now I was confused before, but right now I'm in deeper confusion right now listening to the pastor. But before I go further, let me get back to Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, I don't know you, sir. I'm from Marigot. My name is Arthur Pope Langine. Miss Crow was my aunt. And I listen to you on many occasions. Some of the times I don't agree with you. Well, we all have to disagree sometimes and so forth. But, brother man, what you say today, ring a bell and you speak the God truth, because this Bible thing, I'm very, very, very confused. And as you said about these chosen people, I mean, this is a big hypocrisy about chosen people. How could God make the world and have a special set of people like chosen ones? I mean, so Mr. Marshall, thank you very much for your education, sir. And on the pastor, I'm very disappointed in him, because he seems to be more of a politician than a man of the Bible. I think if you need something about the Bible, you better bring on Pastor Stanford Simon there. Because all of the pastors are talking about politics. And the question the guy asked about how one man could have 600 or how much wives and all them things is like we say back home, Tim, Nancy story. Those are Nancy stories. Come on. But anyway, this is my thing for this morning, or this afternoon, my brothers. Thank you, Mr. Marshall, and shame on you, Pastor, with what all you're talking about it today and things like that, and you carry on and on and on and on. I wouldn't go on for that long. But, Mr. Marshall, I've been confused about this Bible talk, and I get a lot of clarity from you, sir, and I have backings, somebody to back me on that point. So I'm gone, and well, Brother Leo, I noticed you're kind of confused too, but I don't think you were confused with me because, listen, I mean, watch me. God, watch. Anyway.
Yeah.
Any question for the big man, your cousin Comsy grand boy?
Well, I mean, it's been a while, and you've been asking if we have questions, but in times past we didn't have. But I think I have a question for you.
Feel free.
Yes. When are you coming home?
Well, that's $1 million question. Because one of the things I hear now, well, this is a thing now, like long ago you have this record and it stick and you keep going over and over and over and over, and as long as you live it, they just say repeating the same thing over and over. This is what happened to Nawasa, and I've been hearing them for the past few days about water problem in Grenada, and you should buy tank and all kind of water. Hypocrisy in these people, you see? Big hypocrisy. And if I come in at all, I've got to bring 2 5-gallon bottle of water to bathe and thing also. So, but Brother Coy, this is a long question. But thanks for the question, my brother. But I have no answer right now.
Okay. Well, just for you to know that we always want to encourage our people to come back home. Your cousin Leo here is here all the time. Your times I miss him, and that time next thing is here. So
yes. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. What happened to me in I think it was in 2014. I landed in Grenada with a Grenada passport. You hear me, sir?
Yes.
And there was a little, well, I wouldn't call it name, the term I want to use her. But anyway, the immigration was a girl, a woman or whatever she is. And she had the nose to ask me how long I come to stay. And I said to her, if I get a little woman to marry, I will. Just what I said to her. You understand me?
Yeah.
And I personally, I not learned, because I went to school in August. But I think that's a dumb question to ask me landing in Grenada passport. Anybody have any clarification on that?
Well, yes, you might come to stay for a while, but your residency is somewhere else.
No. I landed in Grenada passport.
Yeah.
What residency?
Okay.
Yeah.
No. I think she was out of order. I mean, well, I don't quite understand why.
No, but what I believe happens in many instances is that most people coming in are visitors, so they rehearse this thing before you get there. How long you come for, where you're going to stay and things like that. So maybe
but
she wasn't
Kim,
thinking.
I landed with a Grenada passport.
Yes, I understand that, but maybe she didn't look at that and thinking it was one of the regulars. So she
right.
Yeah.
Well, may I say, I don't know for now, but you were a dumb people working in important departments in Grenada at that time in 14. Okay? End of it. So next question, please.
I rest my case.
Okay, well you have 2 other men there.
No. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm trying to get away. I want to change the topic a little bit, and in particular to get rid of this Bible talk, because I don't want nobody else calling and asking and giving a different interpretation or different version. So, and there are some other important things I'd like to get on to. So I'm begging my...
Okay, well listen, brother Leo, seeing that, well, you're a smart guy. I like how you back off from there completely. But can you give me some insight about what's going on with this the put in Carriacou, bringing back the put on your back and thing? Are you still have this thing on your back, bringing back, or what happened to it?
No, as long as there's any breath in my body, the put is coming back. I mean, some things are taking a little longer than expected to, but trust me, it's in process.
Well, I've been hearing it for the longest time. Okay, let's move on. The searching of people from Carriacou going to Grenada, has that
extinct. That thing will pass.
Oh, that thing at the past.
Yeah, anymore.
Okay, so I should thank you and brother Kim for that, because you all were very vocal in that.
Yes, a lot of people joined us. Yes, so.
Right, so that's good then. Okay. I will go on there. What become of those houses? I heard they were giving them out. They giving them out already?
I heard something as a sort that they're distributing the houses. I don't know how.
No, they've been saying they're distributing. Have they been distributed?
The process is
ongoing. It's ongoing.
The process is ongoing, but they have no. Listen, they have started the process because they have to have all the necessary legalities in place, and so the process has started as far as I see.
Most people have inspected their homes already.
Okay,
and they're going through the final documentation, with their credit unions or whoever they're dealing with, to finalize. And at this time too, what they are doing. They are doing a fencing, a complete fencing around the entire property, as to avoid animals and, people from, so they could have better security in the area. So work is ongoing. Work is ongoing.
Well, then, can I say then, if the house order was given out actually 2 years ago, and 2 years after, they still having problem, isn't Keith and what do you call the guy, Nolan Cox, and even the then minister for Carriacou, a bunch of liars?
Well, that was an election gimmick, you know that. I mean, everybody.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, okay.
That's
so
what
they are liars.
Well, gimmick. Let me leave that gimmick. Election gimmick.
Okay, and this is where I come back now to Pastor. There's a sin right there, and it's sin that caused that, Pastor. Right?
Okay.
Okay. And well, as you know, Brother Koy, I have 500 minutes, so I use 100 right here.
Okay.
So I'll leave some for next week. So listen, Come See Grand Boy is going to go, and it's very nice talking to you all, guys. I tried today to listen out a little bit, and I'm really glad I did, to know who are infidel and things like that and so forth. So I know today. So I'm going to go back and listen to you all guys, and I hope I was able to contribute something towards the program today.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, all right, thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay. All the best. Bye.
Okay,
now.
bye. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Come see.
Yeah.
Please, before you get another call on the Bible, I must again commend those who executed this last festival.
The Maroon
Festival.
That was.
But something I was hearing by many of our folks, and too I'm in agreement with that. We need to pay attention to things we deem to be our culture. And I will start off with the big drum. I don't think it's so watered down now. I think it's beginning to lose its purpose and its meaning. I think we went from big drum to small drum. Now we have no drum.
Sadio, hold on. We're going to get back to the culture.
Yeah.
I have 3-4 callers waiting, so let me just take one first. Vibes FM, London caller. WhatsApp callers wait. One London caller coming. Yeah, yes, go right ahead, yeah.
Morning to all of you all.
Okay.
Afternoon.
How come the temple call the pastor and you're not picking up for the pastor?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll be very honest with you. You see this Bible talk and Bible conversations?
Well, wait and finish to see what I'm calling and want to see what they want to say.
Go ahead.
But hear me?
Yeah.
No. I agree with the pastor in a form. And Big Ten Pope been talking politics. If the pastor cannot speak about the environment that he lives in, well, I don't know when he should speak. And basket man start this whole thing started, I say that is trouble. King, this Bible thing is well worries because everybody have their own take on it.
Yeah.
Mr. Marshall speak the way he thinks. Because nobody on this earth ever come real with the Bible. Because everybody have their own take on it.
Correct.
Anytime you have a program, you want it to mash up, let somebody call with a religious thing. And that is it.
That is it.
Yeah, pastor have his point because maybe that's the way he thinks. Mr. Marshall speak again, that's the way he thinks. This thing have no end. So I see why Big Ten Pope want to come down on the pastor, man. The pastor, they speak real. I understand where he is coming from. It's not because he is a pastor he cannot speak about the environment that he lives in. Come on, the tempo. All you must wake up, man. Wake up. Don't just blast people just like that, man. Have a good day, man.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
sir.
you.
All right, let me try the WhatsApp callers. WhatsApp caller, come in.
Yes, good night. Good day.
Yes, good day, yeah.
Well, okay, I didn't even want to call today. I enjoyed it so much, but I just wanted to say that I don't know what to say. Wisdom. We talk about Solomon and the 700. What we have to do, every night or every morning, we have to pray our Prime Minister for wisdom. Because Solomon was wise and the wisest man, but he broke down with the same thing with women, right?
Uh-huh.
And I was listening to an interview in the States of a rich man that a woman claimed she had sex with him. And what she was saying, what she fell in love with was because he wisdom, he tell her how to make money and other things like that, and how to distribute her income and other things and make herself independent. Right? And that, so I'm saying for our Prime Minister, all the women in the country love that man now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's not a joke experience. Did you see the Facebook yesterday?
Well,
the parade is on Facebook all now.
I saw the parade. I was looking at it live. Yeah.
All the women in the country is in love with the man. Right? But so far he has shown better wisdom than Solomon. He hasn't done that. He hasn't gone that way, right? Because that is going to degenerate the whole thing, right?
Right.
So all that in the Bible is for our example, either what to do or what not to do. And that's how we have to look at it. Because what we have now in the world is a very sophisticated propaganda machine. The whole world, the wars, the selling of the weapon, the whole thing is a sophisticated propaganda machine. And if you listen carefully, you understand how news are manufactured information. Just like the people selling jacks by the road and selling rose corn and thing and hustling, it's the same thing the press people are doing. They are just marketing news. The bank hustling money. All of us are vendors in some way or the other. So, you understand? So the vendors now, they want to control market share. So you put in one word and say, you go to jail, one phrase, you go to jail automatic. And that phrase is selling phrase to capture the market. Not that I know it's not true also, but because of the nature of propaganda, it come like an industry in itself. You understand?
Yeah, okay.
So what we want our people to do is to understand how to sort out things, how you have family discussion. There's nothing new. The last point is the same thing in the Bible in the beginning with Adam and Eve. Satan only put one word in the thing, you shall surely die. God never said that. He said the day you do it, you will die. Yeah, but he added the word surely. So when he touched the fruit and he didn't dead, the woman said, well, that's looking like in the tree, well, nothing happened to him, look, he touched the fruit. But he didn't say you go there on the spot. So, propaganda is a sophisticated, get our children wise, spend time with the family, get them to read books, not just the internet. Please, family, read books. The internet is a rapid resulting. In transit, passing 5 minutes, you're in that, next minute you get a phone call, the other minute a friend come. You're unstable as a young person. But if you read a book, think big and all them books like that, you'll be able to be more stable and analyzing the ability to reason. That's what you want to get our young people involved with. So the economy is a kind of focal point in the country now. What has happened? The country shift. A kind of level of happiness come about. But in that happiness, you will get casual and problem could arise. You understand, man?
Okay.
So you want people like you all around to be gathering information, and somebody should be taking note. And you must give a summary. Last week, so and so said, and so, and I found out to be true. You have a nice introduction last week. We said about culture and things like that. When I digged up, I found out. When I dug up the books, I found out that what we said was true. So you give a nice recap of last week, and you're going to this week, because people tend to forget.
Okay.
What was said, and I thank you for the program you all have.
Yeah, no problem.
It's enlightening.
Okay.
But the key word on your doorstep is wisdom.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
You're right on. Blessings.
Okay. Good. Next WhatsApp caller. WhatsApp caller.
It didn't come in.
Hello.
So it didn't
What?
come in so harsh.
Hello. All right. Seems as though we lost. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, hello, yeah.
Hello, good morning again.
Yeah.
You hear me?
I'm hearing you, yes.
Okay. Yeah, with the gun amnesty, I agree with the government. because there was a shooting last night and somebody died. It's an illegal gun. Who shooting here? I just said that on the road. I don't know who it is though. One guy and one in the afternoon.
On the carnage.
So, yeah, that happened last night over here.
On the carnage.
Yeah.
So, no,
that's true, yeah, and the two hospitalized, yeah.
But I agree. But I agree with the government because if they give an amnesty, there is so much illegal guns in this country. When Jerry Edwin say it's available offense, I don't disagree with him to a degree, but if you let them go outside, they know the gun, even though they could get the gun from them, they know where to get another gun. So, and they could just do an attack again.
So jail them. Yeah,
so I agree with the government on no bail. When you are getting hold with illegal gun, because they give you amnesty, and when if you fail and they hold you, they shouldn't give no bail. And GBN is the most corrupt station in Greenland. GBN don't report nothing what is good, and especially Karikou Festival. They doesn't even bring a calypso from Karikou no, on Radio Greenland. And the news, the worst news in the world is Radio Grenada. So, because they're so biased. And to the point program, when you go to the point program, Mr. Joseph, always cutting you off when you're saying certain things. And you say, okay, I understand, explain. You don't want you to explain. You understand? So I don't support Radio Grenada. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
That's Tim. We should also remind the caller that is his opinion.
Yeah, when he mentioned that the GBL,
it was yeah.
That's his view, you know, because
Yeah,
he's
but
expressing his view, and we here don't share the same view anyway.
Of course,
you know that. But again, we allow them to say, you know, give their
But
views.
I mean,
opinions.
this is an opinionated thing, so
Yeah,
it's not anything factual
No,
that
no.
you have evidence that this is so or you whatever. But this is an opinionated thing, and people would have different views about different stations and different media and so on. So when you speak about, you know, that is the worst. I mean, you know, you have to temper your sayings with some areas and aspects of responsibility.
Vibes FM, online caller coming.
Good afternoon again.
Yes, good afternoon, yes.
Sorry for calling back.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
But I think I am obligated to apologize to anyone whom my comments might have offended. But that's the way I see things. And because your station is named, or your program is named, Unfiltered, I felt I should say it as I see it. In fact, man has divided knowledge and understanding into different categories: religious, political, academic, these different forms, but it's for the convenience of man's study and expression. Now, with regards to the gun amnesty, I think the government has attempted a good measure. Interestingly, I heard Pedro saying that people should be rewarded, supposedly financially, for surrendering the guns. But the reward to my mind is the lack of prosecution for having owned it. And that is sufficient reward. If the government were to pay people for surrendering guns, it means that they would buy cheap, surrender it, and sell it dearer to government, so they could make a business out of it. In fact, the Parliament has the power of making laws. The judiciary role is to interpret and apply the law as given by Parliament. I heard a young woman talking about how unconstitutional it is that people caught with the gun after August 31st or what it is, not being given bail is a violation of the Constitution. If the law prescribes no bail if you are caught with the gun, illegal. If you have a licensed gun, you have a right to have it. If you have an illegal gun, unlicensed, and you're caught, the law should be applied. Grenada is getting more modern and more modern and more modern and more sophisticated in crime commission. It must take a strong-handed government to deal with this issue. I support the government in the amnesty, and I hope they do everything possible to help. Did I hear you all say that some shooting took place last night or the night before?
Last night.
Is that so? I never heard it. I just heard it a while ago and I was even shocked.
Yeah.
We are going at lightning speed into the world of crime. If you call that modernity, I don't know. But I'm getting really and more afraid at this present time. Mr. Leo?
Yes, sir.
You there?
Yes, I am.
Well done. From the time I spoke a while ago, I said, well, it's going to be the station around. Anyway, boys, we're in very challenging times.
Yes, indeed.
And we have to work.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
And I just hope that one-man meant, because I'll tell you, these one-man people, they plentiful, you know. Those things, they few. It's like bug. Don't you know bugs?
Yes.
Take 400 days before they die, if without food. Don't you know insecticide spray cannot kill bugs?
Okay.
Boy.
Why did that bad?
So
honey, they can stay 400 days, more than a year, in a place and multiply without the owner of the place knowing. So you can be infested with bugs badly. And I believe NNPs are infested.
So we have an NNP infestation?
I hope I don't get anybody vexed, you know.
Okay.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's always interesting to hear somebody's comments, eh?
400 days?
400 days, yeah.
Well,
Bugs?
I mean, better eaten dead.
Well,
I mean, it come. So, why all this time? And you say even if he doesn't eat.
A jealous bug.
But I'm telling you, this amnesty, gonna amnesty, will be a hot topic in the upcoming weeks, months.
Well, let me talk. The fact of the matter is, you give them time, and that's the situation we have to come.
Yeah. Come in, or if we come and we get you,
you
know where you're going.
I tell you,
I love it.
Surrender or something.
You have to have the stiff penalties. Forget it. No judge, no jury, no trial, no nothing. We find you with an illegal weapon of the nature. You had time to bring it in. You didn't come in with it. What are you doing with it? The penalty, jail. And that's it. And they should jail you for I wonder how long. Maybe
no. Well, don't they already have the penalties for these things? Yes, I mean they would not just apply it without knowing what the penalty is, or the penalties are. So yeah, they have probably $500. I'm just saying probably, and this is how some of these laws come, that you fine you and confine you. Well, it's been so thing in this place that people would argue and appeal to your conscience, okay, and give reasons why. This is the first for the first time. I'm just making a point here. This is the first time. So next time you could go higher.
Second offense.
So so I'm just saying those things coming into play at times. Yeah, but
put it this way.
There's always
I think a lot of the laws are on the books. They probably just weren't enforced.
Yes.
But with impending epidemic, if you will, this proliferation of guns in the city, something has to be done
right now
to curb it.
Yeah.
So whatever steps as stringent as they may be, go ahead.
But
it's to our benefit.
You're looking at steps taken after the use of the gun, which creating a problem. Can we look at it before the gun reaching hand to create a problem in the first instance? Can we look at it deterrent in terms of trying to nip the access point?
Well, you see, this thing goes right or wrong, and because of the amount that's already out there, you have to mesh two of them. In other words, now, if the access point, where it's coming through, is not sealed off, but when we catch you with it,
but we don't have control. The supply say
right.
We don't have no control of what's been shipped from North America.
Right. So then, once we meet you with it,
once it comes here, then we could do something about it. So I mean, the action that is taken is the action that has to be taken, as far as I'm concerned. Because let me tell you, there's so many ways you could bring illegal firearms into this country.
Right, that's it.
And
so in other words, now trying to stop it, it'll be very difficult.
No.
But once we find you with it,
goodbye, Charlie.
Yeah, that's it. So you should know now. Don't bring it in. So we have to be running here, there, and everywhere. But with good information on the ground too, we'll be able to find it and find you quick enough, because you're going to find a lot of people speaking, coming forward to give information. Yeah. I agree with it, 100%. All right. So Leo,
yes, sir.
Earlier on you were talking about something, and I thought we should go back on it a little bit, because you mentioned the Maroon Fest just finished. And you also spoke about the culture, our culture that's been sort of watered down. You used that word.
Exactly.
And explain a little bit more on what you're saying there.
Well, culture generally, but in particular, let me address the big drum. Big drum, because I've seen big drum from yesteryear and through the years and what is becoming. And we have groups visiting us here in Carriacou, and we're supposed to be the land of big drum. And by all attempts and all opinions, is that every time, say for example Union Island, I think I have to measure the two islands, because Carriacou is supposed to be bigger, but every time Union come, they make us look small.
Yeah. No, that's true.
Carriacou is bigger as far as land mass is concerned.
Yeah, but
what are you talking about? Yeah. I should be bigger in big drum to that I'm talking about.
Okay. But I see they had a group from Union Island, some cultural group, and they were also involved in big drum.
Absolutely.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about.
So.
But I must blame those. We need to put a little more effort into the culture. You must understand. That's it, man.
All right. Okay.
This big drum thing. When you hear people like Sakoli Lendo, May Fortune, Tight, Lucian Duncan, and so on and so forth, there's a spiritualness to big drum. Be the players and the dancers, which must coordinate and give us a show of what the thing is all about. You can be dancing big drum as though you have back pain. I don't care how you do it, because the colleague again and the May Fortunes and so, those people was well up in their years, 60s, 70s, 80s. And during the day or during the night, they will complain of all kind of arthritis.
Yeah, when you get in the ring.
When you get in the ring, it's a different story, Those people as if they possess, but that's the way it's supposed to. It's supposed to take you. That big drum, the drumming and the dancing, that coordination is supposed to be meaning something. But I was trying to stay off it, but every second person you turn to after the things, what happened to Karaku, what happened to Karaku, what happened to Karaku? So God help us. We have to do better.
You know, you mentioned, and I sort of see where you're going with that. But the whole idea, big drum is a spiritual thing?
It is.
Or a cultural thing? No. I'm just trying to walk my way through it here. Is it a spiritual thing?
A spiritual aspect of that culture. So, when you hear last week, I think you played something with May Fortune. I wonder if you could find it. My God.
Yeah, I'm going to look for it. Yeah, because if you listen to them.
You hear the energy that is put into this thing. You can't come and dance big drum as though you want your face powder to.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, I see you going with that from a cultural standpoint.
Yeah.
But I think not much attention has been given on that other aspect of the connection.
Culture make a demand. Culture is you know.
Culture make a demand.
Yes, and if you're so laissez-faire about the thing and you're dancing again as though you have back pain, and your facial expression is that of a little boy debating to go to school and you want to go. How you're not dancing big drum? You do not deserve this at the service to the art form and the culture.
And how do you just use a word I go there? Possessed.
Yeah.
So
supposed to take it to a high heights, a different level.
Yeah. You're supposed to get high.
Yeah. You have to be into it.
I get high.
You gotta get high. Our drumming is pathetic, and our dancing is similar. So come on, we have to address those things. And somebody who's been involved in the culture all my life, I could tell you I've seen it go, and it's time to say, oh God, stop. High time.
Listen to this. You just mentioned this. Sorry.
You hear? Answer good.
Now, if you listen to that, and you tell me that you don't feel a different feel, and when it's been done,
if that didn't get to you,
something wrong
with you. You move, your spirit moves you, man. But you can just and those things that are, indigenous to us or culture, we have to give it a better effort. No. Somebody has a lot of mercy.
Well, you know, I wonder if it is because that aspect of the big drum we have not passed that on that part where there is possession, where you become possessed by the whole activity of the big drum dancing, the singing and everything and so on. Because you mentioned that someone can become possessed by the whole spiritual connection of the big drum. Absolutely. But I'm just saying, are we seeing that level of spiritual connectivity, or we just seeing big drum as a cultural practice that we was handed down to?
But that's the complaint. It's far removed from what it's supposed to be.
That's exactly what he's saying.
It's far removed from what it's supposed to be.
We've lost that. And like the piece I just played there, if you listen to the voice,
the passion,
you could hear it, the feel, and even while she was singing, she's even giving instructions.
Yes, I'll sing out.
Sing out, and
we have to
Vibes FM, let me take a call. Hold on, we come back on that. Landline caller, WhatsApp callers, hold on. Landline caller first. Landline caller, come in.
Mr. Kim, Mr.
Yeah.
Leo.
Yes.
You're stressing on the big drum and the culture has been lost and different things of that sort. But I want to ask a question. If you communicate in a message and nobody could interpret and tell you what that person is saying as such, would it make much sense to those who might be listening as such? The drum, maybe
that's where you go. Yes.
Subject to be corrected.
Yes. That's exactly what I was going to tell you.
The drums were used during slavery. The slaves were brought here. They took slaves from different tribes, and they had different language that they talked. But the drum was a common language that every one of them could have understand as such. Now, by every beat of a drum, if you hear 1 beat, 2 beat, maybe the depth I don't really know. That is what I understood. It will tell you what message that person is saying. By the beat, the song, the depth, the whatever. They use that, especially when the slaves wanted rebellion against the masters and different things like that. They use the drum to communicate with other slaves in various plantations. Now, if we lost all those things, and you beating a drum, and you're singing like I just heard the record playing a while ago, but nobody knows, and these elderly people die out without nobody know what they were saying, what is the meaning. You don't expect that it will be carried on because it is of no interest to someone if they cannot understand.
Stick up in.
So I think if you want to focus on culture is apart from just tradition, practice. Culture is something that can only survive if we continue to pass on and carry on with people knowing the meaning of different things.
Caller?
So
Caller?
So I think, first of all, if you have the aged people, I heard you mention a lady named the other day living 108 years or 105, I can't remember.
Mrs. Mens, yes, she's still alive.
Right. And if all these people, the lady who are now singing the record, if all these people die out without saying to someone else, well, when you hear me repeat such and such, or you hear the depth of that song, or you hear me beat that jump, or you see the size of that jump, this is what I'm saying, and this is what it means, then you have a difference.
Caller, let me just tell you this, that no one dance to lyrics. We dance to a beat. And I don't care if it's Spanish they're singing, or if it's French they're singing, or for that matter, Italian. This putung, putung, tung, putung, putung, that is what you dance to, a beat. So I am saying, if our people here are not familiar with Big Drum and the way it songs and how we could respond to it, these things a lot of time, that's been going on before King Hatchet was a hammer. And a little child in Pampers, a little child, say tung, 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 is that a dance? Move. So, so you don't have to understand the lyrics. No.
It's a rhythm.
You can't convince me that you can't dance because you understand what they're saying. You understand in the drum.
Yes, but language has been communicated by different movements of someone's body.
Yes.
So if the drum creates a beat and you move in such a way, then by the movements of somebody's body, you can understand what they are saying.
Okay.
So it's not just, okay, you beat a drum and somebody just jump.
Listen.
The slave, these people and them of old, they will beat the drum, they will dance, but the dance had a message of communication as to tell the others whether it's to rebel, whether it's to burn down plantation, whether it's to do X, Y, Z.
What we're talking about, the drum is telling us to dance. Then we could learn the lyrics later on, We start off with the beat, the rhythm.
That's
where you get off the drum.
You move with the rhythm.
With the rhythm. Things will come in later.
Drives you. Yes.
Now you could stand up there and hear the Tivoli drummers, for example. Just drums. Just drums. That beat, that rhythm, that talks to the heart. So you're gonna tell me, a young black man or woman stand up the drum beating and you behave like a Caucasian? How?
They don't know what I mean. It's simply I'm saying. Maybe they don't understand it.
No, they must understand the beat. They must understand the rhythm. But we be again, I say, our Karaku group, we can't just go in the ring and dance as though you have back pain. No, if it doesn't move you, then you don't belong in the ring.
It has to move you.
It must move you. It must possess you, otherwise you don't belong there.
Yes.
Don't go. No. You're not good
because
enough.
when you really consider color, yes, I know you did.
Yes,
when you consider it and you look at the people who go and dance in the ring and they have the towel and both hand and so on, and when they spin around about 4 or 5 times, that cannot be natural. I'm saying it is something spiritual that caused you to be spinning as that.
Yeah, but what they communicating?
No, let me tell the caller this, and to a certain extent you're right, but I must submit this to you, that sometimes more than 50% of the people dancing don't know what they're saying. Don't know what the records are saying. You believe that?
The singers?
Oh, yeah, how you mean? I mean, years ago, here in Karaku, you wanted to know the story. So in those days, you remember you send it to Trinidad to get the lyrics?
Yeah, right, yeah.
You must get some copy.
Yeah.
But nobody had time for some copy. Now they just dancing. They did it and people dancing said you move to the rhythm. And sometimes the bloody thing so noisy, you can't get the lyrics, but you get the beat. So I'm saying we must start. We must be prepared to move. There's a lady, man. I think I know where she's from, the Union. She was no skinny bantam. The lady is very well endowed. If you see the lady and the lady was moving as though, wow. The lady missed a bit. I said, this one will get a heart attack. But no, she just ready to go far up. That means she's feeling it, and that's what you are, a dancer, a big drum dancer. Not a big drum lyricist. So you start that first by relating.
Get connected.
Yeah, relating to the rhythm.
Yeah.
And you respond to that. But you start, come on.
So you are saying that people going in the ring as such, but they don't listen to the rhythm, they don't understand.
Connect with the rhythm. You can't go. You can't go.
Connect to the rhythm.
In other words, you can't go in the rhythm in the ring looking cute. That will let go.
Loose.
What's the matter? One never hear more.
Yeah.
And there's a connection,
Yeah.
And that's spiritual
with the
connection.
drummers,
Yeah.
with the drummers and the dancers.
Oh, you mean that's what? Of course it is. That's what you just
on
go on.
another note,
Go ahead.
I want to ask that question
Go ahead.
a little while now. I've got a prominent lawyer from as a son of the Sire, Carrico. He said it is a myth, the point in Carrico that they call gun point or
gun point, correct. But gun point, you're correct.
Right, gun point. That it is a myth that people say that area of water at the point belongs to St. Vincent. That is not true. It doesn't belong to St. Vincent. You're talking about in case of crime and whether in St. Vincent waters or Grenada waters or as such. And he say that is not so, that is not true. That is just a myth. You have any sort of a little knowledge on the gunpoint issue with St. Vincent and Grenada as to where in terms of that area with the soft water?
Oh yes, gunpoint is the northernmost point of Carrico, and where the
Maritime boundary,
the maritime boundary was. It goes between Petit Saint Vincent and Petit Martinique and takes a little piece of gunpoint. They've corrected that recently, I was told.
Let's say a piece of rock.
Right, a piece of the land. Yes, it cut across gunpoint.
Bulging out into the sea.
Yeah, but I think that was corrected recently. But that is how it was. As a matter of fact, let me tell you something. In America, we used to have song clashes, DJs playing and so on and so forth. And there was a guy from St. Vincent who used to hang out with us a lot. and we wanted to include him in a Caracol session. So we called on the flyer. It was electrifying Andre from Gunpoint. Because it's Vincentian.
Yes.
So we made him a kayak.
Give him that little piece of rock there?
Yes, we give him a Gunpoint for so he'll be part of us. Yes. That is true. That is true.
But no, a prominent lawyer from Jericho saying that's a meeting.
Say Anselm, man. Say Anselm Crowden.
Television station. Say
Anselm Crowden, you could say it.
Well, if I put I want prominent lawyer Jericho.
That's a study, maritime law.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But as this issue come up, and I always want to remind myself that one of the ways in which you separate islands, Trinidad is separated from Guyana, Guyana is separated from Grenada, etc., etc. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is separated from Grenada. Yeah, and what I understand they to be always doing is that 20 miles between separation. Yes, they have 20 miles economic zone. So I own up to 20 miles from my show. I wonder.
It's 12.
Huh?
It's 12.
That's
12.
Okay, yes, and I hear you. But I wonder, in the case of Gunpoint, how does St. Vincent and the Grenadines separate itself from Grenada?
Don't go into Gunpoint that far. Look at Peter St. Vincent and Peter Martinique. You could swim from Peter St. Vincent to Peter Martinique.
So the 20,
so there's
the 12 miles,
it can be applied.
It can be applied.
Cannot be applied in that instance. We don't. If we have a mile between, is less than a half a mile between Peter Martinique and Peter St. Vincent.
Less than that, yeah.
So we don't claim 12
and
mile boundary.
so on what basis do we separate? Where does Grenada ends? Where does St. Vincent ends?
Well, caller, you open a nice can of worms, because one of the things I was hoping to segue into is the fact that St. Vincent and Grenada and the Grenadines, it's about time we get rid of this immigration nonsense. There should be free movement, especially between St. Vincent and Grenada, because I don't care if it's St. Vincent or Grenada. None of them have the ability to enforce the boundaries. There are too many bays, and in a twinkling of an eye, no Coast Guard could catch the speedboat going between those islands. So we have to take different steps, and there's so much intermarriage, and you know how much blood relatives have in union, and vice versa.
Well, what used to happen too in the past is that when they focus on Union Island, they want to have the babies, they come down to Caracol. It was easier and shorter for them to come. Yeah, and that's what. And that's what
so when they usually come, like you said, some of them came to the Maroon Festival. I heard them on the radio last week in an interview. Two ladies as such, and do they go through the process, immigration, length of stay, and all things coming from Union Island?
Yes, some of them do.
Yeah, but they should. But there have been cooperation. I mean, these officials know that it's a kind of cultural exchange that's taking place. So they will deal with them on a bulk, on a group thing, not necessarily trying to ensure that they, or how long you're staying for, and that kind of thing, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
It's useless, and the sooner we get rid of that foolishness, the better for all of us.
Yeah.
Union, the Grenadines, and any islands between St. Vincent and as a matter of fact, St. Vincent.
But you see, one has to also consider that these islands are independent countries.
What?
Yeah.
So is Italy and Germany and England?
I know.
And so and we have movement between them. Just an idea. So you're going from one to the other. What we have to hide?
Well,
all of us poor as rat.
What is the problem with us cannot travel from here to there?
You know something? Our inability to deal with each other. And every so-called politician want to be master of what is over.
Yeah.
Come on, get rid of this foolishness and let people who are relatives and blood relatives at that be able to live and intermingle with each other, and don't have to go through all this this protocol and this foolishness. The time is past due. It's past due. And I think that people of Caracol and so on, and should cry about it and make a loud noise about it.
Well, I I think under the OECS and the Windward Island and St. Vincent and Grenadines and Grenada.
But
I think Union Islands, seeing that it's so close with Carriacou and all the trading people to and fro and coming in, I think there should be some form of easier access and accommodation and different things of that sort. And that's something that must be considered, because I remember during the COVID, I think people from Union Island brought over thing to Pitimatnik. It is not COVID, some instance. And then a row came out between
Gonzales and Keith
and the Grenadian Prime Minister as to what is what. And Ralph Gonzales had to say, well, the people from Union and Pitimatnik, we are one, and we are, if we see our brother need something, we will feed them, but that had brought a row.
Because provision, Vinci provision,
right.
yes.
So what I'm saying, it is of key importance that certain things must be in place, because you don't know, administration can change, and you don't know what can be implemented and bring us out. These small islands living connected one to another, I believe it is of key importance.
Well, let me just add a little bit here, caller, because I happen to have been involved and know a little bit more. As we speak, there is a legislation in the making as to make travel between the Grenadines much easier. It's in the making, and very soon we should be getting some announcements about that.
Well, they better crank it up.
Yeah, they need to crank it up, but it's in the making right now. I could tell her that.
Crank it up. Yeah, man, because...
So most likely what I think we'll be able to do, move from island to island easier without all this immigration, this and whatever.
But, you know,
let's wait until the
remember.
comes through.
Then.
All right, let me tell you what was so happening at one time. There was intercall. Sports.
Yes.
Involving Carriacou and Union Island. And students from Union Island used to be coming to Carriacou for athletic meet here in Carriacou.
Right, yes.
Through some foolish immigration bureaucracy or some fees that they don't want to pay, they don't come back anymore. I mean, Carriacou is so small, we could do it every other person we could get. For what we do not know.
Yeah.
So, no, man, let this thing happen.
Yeah, the inter-secondary sports.
And the next thing is that, based on the OECS rules, somebody could just come here from St. Vincent and start working Carriacou, you know. They don't need no work permit anymore, you know.
Yes, that's true.
So, what is this immigration thing about?
I think one of the concerns that have been raised with this is a threat, a danger, is security issues.
What?
Listen, Salio. Listen what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
Let's not bury our heads in the sand. Let's not bury our heads in the sand. Yeah. We have open borders. We have open.
What make it close now?
Listen, I'm saying. No, I ain't saying that at the close. I'm just saying that that gives rise to people coming in, people of all kinds coming in. And let's not bury our heads in the sand. We've seen what been happening here in recent months. Yeah, about the kind of connections between St. Vincent and Grenada.
Let me say something.
Yeah, so hold on. I'm just making a point that this is a concern. This openness can allow too many people to slip in and create problems, not for themselves only, but for us.
But
as well.
Let me say something to you. My caller is still there. As we're discussing this, the amount of inlets we have in these islands, the amount of bays we have, you could ever think that you could control that?
That's what I'm talking about. We're trying to enforce. We don't have the ability to enforce nothing.
So we just throw your hands in the air and say, you'll come and do what all you want?
You can't. Let me tell you something. This bureaucracy is a waste of time. It's a waste of time. And it's creating Mohammedan good among the people of the islands that probably need each other for economic reasons. So you...
caller.
Go ahead, caller.
Yes, I heard once the people in the Coast Guard Department in Grenada say that if the Coast Guard from St. Vincent had to come into Grenada and maybe do anything as such, there must be somebody from Grenada or Coast Guard go onto the St. Vincent Coast Guard, if I'm correct, is what you're saying, in order for the to come across in the water in any investigation or something to that, there must be somebody from the Grenada Coast Guard onto the St. Vincent Coast Guard. But what I'm saying, as you rightly point out, there are so much inlets and different things of that sort that if you're talking about border protection as such, it's impossible by the amount of bays and inlets you have within those islands. So I see it like there should be a more free movement of people, especially within the Grenadines area. We're not talking about way up St. Lucia, Dominica, but since that these islands are so close, the movements of people, you should have a more easier access. That is something that government needs to
Well, caller, I'll submit.
They think that things have been looked at, so I will be very much appreciative.
Well, I'll submit. There is more back and forth between Union and Karaku without immigration than there is. And I'm positive about that. And did that increase our criminal activity? No. Because since from time immemorial, let me tell you what used to happen. Years ago, the nets, the seines that we have in Karaku was kind of small. And those guys in Leicester see a good school of fish that the net can handle. They'll go on Brackenow Hill in Leicester and they light a big fire. That was a signal from the guys from Union to come down.
You go back to the job and signal again.
Yes. No. When the drum this time is a ball of fire.
A fire there.
Fire there is so light.
They light the fire.
And the guys from Union will come down. They come straight in Leicester, no immigration. They catch the fish together. And vice versa, when there is a school in Union that you can handle, Rafale, they light a fire, the guys from Karaku go up. So they've been doing their own thing for time immemorial. So it's because some laws that you don't need, wasting people time. I want to see free action among the islands of the Grenadines. We are small and we need each other.
That's true.
Yeah,
Probably we need a united Grenadines by itself as a state.
I could tell you it's coming soon. It's coming very, very soon.
United Grenadines?
Yes. Yeah, I was informed about that a couple of months ago that they're working steadfastly on it, and we should be hearing that coming through. And it's going to make things much easier for movements between the islands. All these 9 years need to just cut right off.
When that come into force, if you see me drunk, that is why.
Call it.
Thank you very much.
No,
thank you, sir.
So, what is wrong with you?
I must take a drink on that.
but it's going to happen.
Yes.
And the same thing again, like we've been saying, Leo, we started off the whole conversation, is that the culture is one, the customs is one, everything is one. So, in other words, now, what's the difference?
Well, I'll tell you what. Probably if we didn't have this foolishness, some of the big drum dancers we have here would have gone to school in Union.
Vibes FM has started that one. Vibes FM, Carla?
Yeah, Kim.
Yes.
This is D. I want to tell you something.
Yeah,
D.
My cousin come from New York. I'm loading radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, my cousin come from New York, and I live here with she and go up in Peter Carnage on gunpoint to the cemetery, or family cemetery. As soon as I meet there and she meet there, my telephone spring up, welcome to St. Vincent.
It's true.
Mr. Trugan, because an American telephone, welcome to St. Vincent.
Yeah.
A second thing, we go up on the porch, we see them for the afternoon there. When them cars in Union turn around, they had light flashing on
the veranda.
The thing is like,
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for yourself, yes.
So how you could tell me that's a different country?
Right.
So that's it. So Lee was right.
Yeah.
The same thing with the fishing. On gunpoint, you used to light a fire when somebody died in Karaku, so the Unionites know.
That's it, and vice versa.
Vice versa.
Yes.
So So there you are.
So what
give you an idea.
all this kind of craziness for?
So when I go when I there and I bury in Pitica, I'm buried in a foreign country.
So dig this.
Yeah.
So dig hear this.
Yeah, okay.
To go, Petit Martinique and Petit Saint Vincent to go from Petit Martinique to Petit Saint Vincent legally, you know what you're supposed to do?
Go in Union Island?
Forget it. No, I'm not going Union Island. You have to leave Petit Martinique. Come to Carriacou. Get your clearance. Go into Union and enter.
And
then go to PSV. And you reverse that business.
To come back.
In Petit Martinique and Petit Saint Vincent.
That is the legal way to do it.
Legal way to do it. But I know most of the people who work in Petit Martinique from Petit Saint Vincent, up from Petit Saint Vincent, Petit Martinique. Anyway.
Yes.
So
they take a boat in the morning and they go.
And you go.
But you hear that? Leave Petit Martinique, come all the way down to Carriacou.
Yes.
To Clare. When you clear there, you go all the way up to Union Island.
To
enter.
And then
you come you come across to PSV.
So
when you finish, hold on, you go back
to Union
Island to Clare.
Yes.
Come back to Carriacou to enter.
Yes.
And then come up to Petit Martinique. Let me take a call on that. Vibes FM. Vibes FM, landline caller.
Yes, brother Kim.
Yeah.
This is the boy again here. On the situation between Union and Carriacou, may I inform you all guys that in the good old days, the immigration guy used to be on the jetty when the boat leaving to go to Union, the Union boats I'm talking about, to go to Union, and he used to take your name and he used to charge you $1. Do you know that, Kim?
I don't know that because we used to go for free.
No. It all depends on the way how you went.
Okay.
I'm talking about the legal way.
Okay, so
I was involved many a times. As a matter of fact, and then when you reach in Union, by right, you have to go to the custom. But again, those guys just go in Clifton or what they call that place there. They never go to the immigration.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, one time on the boat going up to St. Vincent, one little Vinci, well, he was asking this white man where he from. The man said West Germany, and he believed him. Then he turned and asked me for no unknown reason because I wasn't paying attention to them, where I'm from. And I tell him, Grenada, he tell me a lie. I said, why? Because you don't speak like a Grenadian. I said, well, fool, you didn't ask me what speaking as. You asked me where I'm from. Then he turned and tell me, well, people can talk in Grenada and all kind of thing. And then he turned and tell me he do like Bishop. And when he said so, he hit me right below my belt. You hear me, sir? And I gave him some, that's something with Joshua Ket was in power or some kind of thing like that. And according to what I told him, the respond, when he got to Bakeway, he went to the police station and report me to the police. And the police came on the jetty and asked me if I have a passport, if I could come to the station. I went with him because I knew what he was coming with. And then he said, he looked at my passport and he looked at the occupation and he saw craftsman. And he asked me if I'm a craftsman 3 times. And I told him yes on the 3 occasions. Then he had nothing else to tell me. And I said to him, look, sir, is it customary that when you check immigration in the Union, you have to check in Bakeway again? And he gave me some kind of story. I said, so let me tell you this. Me and a guy had a talk on the boat. And he tell me do like Bishop and I tell him I do like Keto. And he even quoted the Bible to me, and he came here to the police station, and I was looking at him. The police was shocked at that. But anyway, coming back to the talk, so that's not, and then to be honest with you, Kim, this is one thing I would never go for, to have freedom between St. Vincent and Grenada. Total freedom. I would never go for that. Because right now, the amount of illegal trade, especially in the arms and drugs business, that goes on between St. Vincent and Grenada, and it's not even freedom directly of movements. As a matter of fact, I heard you mention about some kind of thing in Grenada. It is true. They had 2 shootings yesterday, I think between yesterday and this morning in Grenada. One in Frequency and one on the Carnage. 2 guys got shot in the Carnage. One is dead. He's from Willis or something like that. So that's confirmed. And one of the problems with the guns in Grenada is all these little boys say them is fishermen and going out there and all kind of thing like that. This is one of the biggest problem with the gun business in Grenada. And if you notice, all the gun play is always either in Woburn or the Carnage. because this is where the boats are more frequent. Grenville not too much into it. Grenville is more cocaine and things like that, because guys go out and fish and they come up with cocaine and all that kind of stuff like that. So I would never agree for the total freedom of movements between St. Vincent and Grenada, for all kind of little wash for drug dealers and gun dealers to come in like how they do between Jamaica and Haiti with guns and drugs and things.
Come see, boy, I'm surprised at you, man. So you think because you could have to go through immigration now, that they don't have this, whatever illegal activities that's going on, if you don't have it?
This is what I'm saying. There is, and it's still, so you could imagine.
But say, hello. People who into illegal acts, that come into a port of entry, we just explained to you that the amount of inlets and bays they have among these little islands of the Grenadines is almost impossible to enforce.
Yes.
So what's the point? So the immigration is not the immigration act is not deterring anything.
No,
I don't know.
That's what I'm telling you.
But I would not. But my thing is, I would not agree for that. That's my.
But if there are penalties, stiff penalties when caught, that could slow down.
Listen, Kim, the amount of laws I hear on the radio. After yesterday I quoted something, they were talking about some kind of thing, and I never heard, like burning the bushes. I've never heard of they have so much laws and so much penalties, and I've never heard of anybody being prosecuted. I hear about fires, but I never hear about nobody being prosecuted. So, but anyway, this is my opinion, my brother.
All right.
I would never go for it.
Okay, thank you.
Not that I have any say in, but at least I think I'm free enough to
express your opinion.
Right?
That's your opinion. Okay.
Right.
Wrong as it be.
But cousin Leo, we still are cousins, though.
Absolutely. Come on. It will take a lot more than that to separate us.
All right. Okay. Well, hey, brother Kim, anyway, and brother Coy, goodbye, gentlemen. Any question for me before I go?
No, not at this time. Not at this time.
Still 400 minutes, right?
Yes, I know. I know the minutes are still there.
Okay, thank you. All right, brother. So that's my opinion. Okay.
Okay, yes.
Keep
it.
Let me take another call. Vibes FM, landline caller, come in. Landline caller. Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
Okay, all right.
Right. I just want to commend you guys, with the fact that people can express themselves unfiltered.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Coy, well, kudos.
Thank you.
Mr. Leo, I am. This is the first time I'm calling your station. I just had the opportunity to listen to you guys for the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Leo, I have not met you, but you're an inspiration. I don't know who you are.
Well, I thank you.
But you're an inspiration to Grenada, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, and the Grenadines.
Thank you.
You all spoke about that last gentleman that just spoke me. He made a comment about the housing projects that are being, whether they are being sorted out or not. So I don't want you all to be biased, right?
Yeah.
Now, we all know the history of the past administration. And I'm seeing, not big dents, but I'm seeing dents in the new administration in terms of their footsteps. They are following in some of these footsteps, and I don't think that should be. Since September of last year, Minister Telesod went in House of Parliament and announced that the houses were to be sorted out. Right? It's past 6 months. There is a new housing minister, and that still hasn't been sorted out. One of these gentlemen said that they're trying to, on your station, the program said, they are trying now to fence and whatever. Do you know persons have already secured loans within the past 6 months, and they are just waiting? When you go to take a loan, your loan, if you're renting is part of the criteria to meet that assessment for the loan. And so it's past 6 months. And persons have had loans approved, and there is a back and forth between Housing Authority and Ministry of Housing and nobody is taking responsibility for the back and forth, right?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe. I am a Grenadian, born and bred, and until I did. If we are crying out and crying down the past administration, we're supposed to lead. Whatever you are coming with, it should be better leadership in terms of how you're going to move forward when you're addressing certain issues. Right?
Yeah, okay.
Now, we are all Grenadians. We all know we all know the rhetoric of politics. We are all familiar with it. So at the end of the day, if you're going to do something, get it done, and don't have grown people walking up and down, back and forth for 6 months trying to get you to give them an answer. And the answer is that you're going to get it done this week. We're going to get it done by the end of the month. This end of this month. No, that doesn't look good for the administration. It doesn't look good for the institution.
Point taken. No disagreement there. But caller, let me tell you what. There are so many issues. Well, I won't speak for the mainland, but let me just speak for Carriacou. Because you see, in Carriacou, you have a water problem that doesn't exist on the mainland. That's very basic. Now, when the houses or the buildings, they say, were finished, or it got to a stage where the Chinese handed them over, those things was very, very, very far from habitation. So all those things have to be retrofitted. And even at the last election, the last administration was using giving those apartments out as a ploy, to earn votes. So they led some people to believe that should they have a unit and they can get it in a matter of days or weeks. Furthest from the truth. I don't know how are they going to do about the sewer system, the water system. You see, this style of living, this multiple dwelling buildings, they're very foreign to us here in Carriacou. And I could tell you one thing, love, don't be surprised. Even after those houses are distributed and people occupy them, the commerce just start. The commerce just start, you see. So, and I'm hearing what you say. So I know that the administration have it up to the forehead, because a lot of times is new to them too. I won't be surprised if a lot of them don't know what they're doing. So that doesn't mean that it's right. So that they begin people run along.
That's what I'm saying. So if something isn't ready, if it's not where you want it to be, tell the people that.
Oh yes, I agree with you. They should. Yes, they should.
Yes.
Don't get me false.
Tell the people that. But the first thing you come out, you tell them go and get loan. They go, they seek your loan, and look, months down the road, they're still waiting. I know the problems. I know the problems with the unit.
I hear you.
I know the problems. What I'm saying is, be truthful about it.
Yes.
Don't give the rigmarole, that politicians usually give.
Yes.
Right? Grenadians are no longer sitting back and allowing certain things. I am the kind of person, you do good, I give you kudos.
Yes.
You understand? You not do bad, but you're not shaping up. I tell you as it is.
Well, that's fair enough. And that's how it should be. I totally agree with you.
If I may add at this time, especially in Carriacou, which I know about, is that there is still a water problem to be sorted out, because the units now getting water from Nawasa, but Nawasa cannot really supply them as yet. No.
Right. So all I'm saying is, this thing should have been sorted out before you went on national television and announced that you are giving it out. It's almost 6 months plus down the road, and nothing is happening.
Well, a friend of mine told me, which I was involved in assisting them, in that everything is approved and they're just waiting now on the final okay. But in Carriacou, the final okay will be determined by the availability of water. Okay, you can bring these people in there unless there's water. But the apartments are retrofitted and everything is almost set to go. They love it, and they're just waiting now on that final thing to take place. So,
Well, I agree with the caller. So then all they need to do is to make that known, so people wouldn't be expecting something tomorrow when it's due next week.
Right.
And it's not even that. What I'm saying is, people are going back and forth back and forth, Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Housing, as Housing Authority, and nobody is being. I can speak on it because I have been one of those persons.
Okay.
Right? And nobody is being clear cut on exactly what is going on.
Okay.
Right? Even some of the units, they said they had a selection committee. I don't know who was on the selection committee, but age was the criteria. They said was one of the criteria used.
Age you said?
And you have persons who will be 50 plus, 50 in the next 4 years, 4 years, and you take them and you put them in the uppermost level. I don't know who's managing or who's responsible for managing the unit. But there is a big lull somewhere.
Back
right?
to what I'm saying. This type of a multiple dwelling, well, we have it and we're stuck with it because those buildings should have never been built in Carriacou. I don't care if we got half.
We know it's not our culture.
Yeah, you go and get half the units.
Culture.
Yes, but boy, a myriad of problems that are heading our way with these things there.
Right. We know that's not our culture. But at the end of the day, governmental land is so hard to come by, both in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Massy.
No, land is hard to come by in Carriacou.
Well, maybe not in Carriacou, but on the mainland.
Yeah.
It's hard to come by.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And when would you ever see a massive migration from Grenada to Carriacou because Carriacou has available land?
Yeah. Well,
when would we see that?
You have it's just that people. I tell you what. My experience is that mainlanders are not so educated about Carriacou, and that is a fact. And sometimes I'm surprised to know that people are living are 24 miles down the road. And you don't know what's happening in your neighborhood. When they come, hey, Carriacou big way, I didn't know it's so big. Okay, Carriacou, I don't know what's preventing you. Come up sometimes. I was always tease my friends down there, man. You owe yourself a visit to Carriacou. Educate yourself as to what you have going on. And there's a lot of lands in Carriacou unoccupied.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see, it's a lot of land. You might have a lot of land unoccupied, but persons who are grounded in Grenada have families down here. To move, you have your job, everything down here is another story.
Yeah, well, of
Anyways,
course. Yeah, of course.
But the point is well taken, though. I think you're right about that. They need to be a little bit more upfront with people as to what the situation is, rather than having you run here and run there and everywhere.
Right.
That's not good. If that's your experience, I'm not enjoying it either. So
near me, right. My next point.
Yes.
Over the years, we have seen a growth. This unity among Grenadians, Carriacouians, and Petit Massicans. Right? We all know why it was. I didn't grow up so. But at the end of the day, I don't know. Just recently, I heard somebody made a comment about Carriacou. I think it was Mr. Rudy that made a comment earlier about Carriacou. When you do for me, I do for you. When you come up, I think I'm not sure if it's when you come up, you treat people nice. When you come to Grenada, you expect the same thing.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, but we are no longer a unit as a people. We are no longer a unit, and everybody seems to be left to do as they please. In other words, you can't help yourself, or you help yourself to help yourself. Right?
Well, caller, let me tell you, because I've been around the block a couple of times, and I've lived in both islands, both in mainland and Carriacou. As of yesteryear, what happened? Carriacouans per se are very hospitable. They'll welcome you with open arms.
I know that.
Fine.
I know that.
And mainlanders coming to Carriacou, of course, more people from the St. George's area, the town area, and so on and so forth, would visit than people from the country. And we didn't find the same appreciation with people from the city as the people in the country. You befriend somebody from Sotes,
of course, it's
Labe, or something. So, if when they come by you and you give them something. Before they come back up, they send you a bag of bread food, they send you some provision and so on. So say thanks. But we didn't find the same thing from the people from the city. And a lot of people used to blame all Grenadians for the behavior of the city people. And that is as true as my name is Leo, because I know I have experience with it.
Everybody.
So they blame everybody for the fault of a few.
Okay.
That's what's happened.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll tell you what make it worse now. But and that I had some experience even quite in America. You have a friction between Grenadians and Carriacou. They say, boy, stop all your foolishness. We all want people.
Of course, we don't need that.
And I would say that some of them loyal and trusted friends are from mainland. Always going to school, and we still are that way. So I will never ever share that view. But now you see with politics, that politics have penetrated not only the islands, but even here in Carriacou. And a friend from the mainland who used to live in Carriacou, you know what he noticed and what he mentioned to me? He said, boy, Carriacou is so different now. You go in America, you have a vibrant Carriacou community. You go in England, you have a vibrant Carriacou community. You come in Carriacou, it's a big division. And it's true, People in Carriacou, well, and it's now, I hope it get better, but it's almost half cut in the middle. And that was created by politicians so that they could keep themselves in power and make fools out of you. They will give whatever little pittance they have to a few and they starve the rest. So in Carriacou, you have more enemies than should be. Years ago in Carriacou, all for one and one for all.
Of course, that's not the Carriacou. No.
Yeah, but now, once somebody say, some people even coming in, you're dead. When you have dead, they come in, you're dead because of politics. What kind of foolishness is that? Yeah,
I think it's foolish as well. But I want to make two other points in relation to Grenada and Carriacou. Festivities, for me, I find when Grenada have festivities, it should be a holiday for Carriacouians. When Carriacouians have festivities, it should be likewise for Grenadians.
One country.
Because we are supposed to be one country. Right? Now, you know how many times I want to come to the Maroon. Yeah. And I can't. And most times when I do find out, it's because it's already gone. Right?
Yes.
Now, our culture, we have our culture is unique. Now, I would not do, what can I say? I cannot say we as a people, we tend to be followers. But at the end of the day, the cultural changes that took place in Grenada falls on top of politicians that came here and never looked into ensuring that our culture and our traditions were kept the way it ought to be kept.
Well,
I done with that.
Yeah, you graduate. That give you that statement on your doctorate by me. Yes, well said.
So some of us have basically forgotten who we are, where we came from.
So true.
And what our ancestors fought for. Right?
Yeah.
Earlier on, there was a comment that was made about education.
Yes, go ahead.
I think education was given a big applaud in relation to Grenada and the free education and so. Now, not everybody are academians.
That's true.
Right now, the biggest issue we have in Grenada and Carriacou and Titimatic is skills. We don't have any skills centers.
Well, caller, you started listening to the program a little late. Because you see what you just said, I addressed it earlier. Because the Prime Minister did say that, not everybody is higher in academics, but exactly what you say. And you don't have to be a doctor or lawyer to be educated. You could be an educated carpenter.
Exactly.
Or an educated mason or plumber. So
right,
that's what,
we have to get rid of this mentality that a lawyer, a doctor, a nurse, these are the people that have sense.
Yeah.
You understand? Or the persons that can only be skillful.
Yes.
To be honest with you, I believe we need to. And what hurts me most as a patriot, we have St. Vincent right there. We have Guyana right there. We have Trinidad right there. right?
Mhm.
And these are the people that are coming to Grenada and Carrico and getting jobs while our people are left jobless.
Well, you see, that's the kind of citizenry we created in recent times. Don't do. Will deem you poor and vulnerable, and will give you a little change in your hand, and then you the best thing since sliced bread.
Right.
So
yeah.
So
what
that's
I'm saying, right. So what I'm saying is, my thing is, the way I look at it, with the past administration or the country mash up, we all know that he mash up. We know he mash up. But what are we going? What's our priority list going forward? We have to have a priority list. If we don't have a priority list, we will be spinning up in mud.
No, with the priority list, then it started off with education, and when again, it's not just doctor and lawyer, know yourself and know who you are and know what you need to know to exist. That is education. And learn the little values of life. Thank you, please. Those little statements on your money in the bank, because when you're appreciative, people will give you again. But our youngsters nowadays, when they get something, and they walk away. And they're sure to tell you thanks.
But I think our education system needs a boost, a big
revamp.
It needs a revamp.
Yes.
What they are teaching,
you're on point and on target.
what they are teaching and what we are seeing, we have a number of young people on the streets, and it's not their fault.
Yeah, no.
Because it's because of what they were taught in school.
Yes, according to
And
me.
it's because of what we don't have here.
But according to my good friend, that's the voting farm that the last administration is growing. You plant those lunatics and they multiply. And what's going on for you? Take a 150, take a 200, and those ones.
But that's day-to-day living.
Well, but oh God,
right?
well,
But I mean, our young people. I'm speaking from a really hurtful standpoint right now because I see it every day. Our young people are not being given the opportunity to rise above whatever it is, whatever life circumstances. They are not being given. There is no opportunity. So my thing is, if you are saying the public service cannot employ everybody, who is creating? Who? What are we doing to create employment elsewhere?
Yeah.
Let me tell you what.
What are we doing?
Caller, young people nowadays, they have Monday, They have Monday. I had a good little cousin in America. You see, when you go and drink your rum on the weekend, you have no problem with Monday, It's Tuesday you can't stand. You understand me? So you sleep in from Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So Monday ain't no problem, but when you have to get up Tuesday, you have a problem with Tuesday. So it's the same thing with our people here. This is what we teach them.
I don't know how it is we are going to.
I think education is the key.
Education
is the key. And
give them knowledge.
Once they learn and they understand, their attitudes, everything will change. Just a matter of time. It's not going to happen overnight. And it's good that people like you are speaking out and seeing it, and maybe you could lend an advice here or there.
Mentor somebody.
But it's a long way to come back because we've been in reverse for the longest while. So we're going to fast forward now.
We need to make sure we start off on the correct path. We don't want to have to be repeating certain things.
Right.
That we know, and sometimes. Not sometimes. Most Grenadians will be very biased. Now, if people don't speak out, how would you know what it is people want? How would you know?
Right.
It doesn't matter who administration is in power. People have to talk, and I would not. Whether NDC, NNP, TNP, doesn't matter. People have to speak so you know where you're faltering.
Yeah, but for the longest while, we've been silenced because as soon as you identify yourself or you're against, a mark has been put against you right there and then, so you become a target. And that is one of the problems why people sometimes don't want to speak, because they start targeting them because of the views. It may not be.
I know that. That is nothing new to me.
Yeah, we have to combat that. My dear, we have to combat that. But again, I have to say kudos to our Prime Minister, because he said, go to school. If you can make with academics, we have something for you. Vocational school, we're doing that too. So once you knowledge is power. So he's empowering the country and the youth of the country. Instead of you sitting at home Do you realize, I could tell you in Little Caracu here, I was born in a village called Leicester. Well, Leicester was the best village in Caracu. We had the good, the bad, and the ugly. Everything going on in Leicester. You could find just about any skill you want in Leicester, but now you have some little fellas, and they're getting the little monthly stipend, So they never work, but they getting pension. You think you could make any good citizen of those people like that? Think again. Think again.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Thank you, Okolo.
Well, caller, thank you so much for your contribution. Really appreciate that.
Well received.
And you must call again, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'll sure try. Thanks much. Have a blessed day.
And we hope that you get the problem solved as soon as possible too. Eh?
Yes.
Wishing you all the best, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks much. I appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye. Gentlemen, just trying to take one final caller. Just one. We're going to try to make it short as well. Landline caller, you've been waiting, caller? Caller? Hello? All right. Okie doke. Let me just see. I think I made a mistake. Caller, you are there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Yes. Okay. Final caller.
Okay.
Yeah.
I try my best to get that last call in. I could have called before, but something disturbed me. That's why I will always listen to this station until I did. I am so upset that I know Mr. Leo gets upset. I don't want to bring no religious thing on your radio. I try to stay away from that. But when people going to call the station and say one nationality is chosen people so they could do what they want, it burned my heart. And I don't want nobody tell me second hand. I want to tell them first hand. 1978, a year before the revolution, I was in South Africa. Then we go across Mediterranean, I was in Italy. One of, listen my language because see it in Germany too, gay parade. In 3 countries, and I'll tell you which one is the biggest one. Italy,
France.
And I won't tell you what kind of religion some of them is from in Italy. I'm going to keep that day, but have your cap on your head. And I watch these people and them, me and them Jamaican, and then we just shake their head. Jamaican tell me, you think this world going to get better? Look at the type of people. In Germany, we see it. I think Mandela was still in jail. The very sad year, well, it's twice I see it because I went to Israel really 3 times. The biggest gay parade I see is in Tel Aviv. The biggest gay parade. So when you go come and telling me that these are chosen people for this kind of thing, if you are condemning Hitler, you have to condemn Israel with what they do. And if you're not doing that, that means you're taking a side, an eviler side. So I am saying you can't condemn Hitler and then praise Israel. I have nothing more to say on that.
Okay,
thank you for the day, Kim.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
And so, Leo, don't forget Kim.
I got you.
All right.
Thank you.
Gentlemen,
wow.
Always interested.
School. School. I made the observation earlier on that we had some very, very good lecturers today. And what is nice about the contribution is that, they didn't just come and choose something and run, or just say something, joke fire, as they would say, and move. But they stayed on, explained, and engaged. And I think that is good. People learn through these exercises and these exchanges. Sometimes you didn't see it in that particular way. You say, oh yes, I didn't look at it that way. That is the benefit and the beauty of engaging each other. So I thought today's and this last caller too, well, the one before this last one also made some very, very solid observations. Kim, I want to say just one thing before I go, and then I have a statement, a comment rather. Some time ago, I did ask you, what's happening to the gas tanker on the truck on the boat? Has that problem been solved? One, and because I think you said the manager was to explain. the situation, but we haven't heard anything, and it seems as though things are continuing.
Well, I'll tell you this much. I've been trying desperately to have him come on the program to speak to the people because it's very concerning. And we have been unable to get him to come on the program. So, I mean, that's as far as I have it. I will try again. I will keep trying until I succeed, But
it seems as though, Kim, they are taking the people of Carriacou and Piti Martin, in particular, of course, other people travel too. But the practice continues.
Well,
and I had the opportunity, Kim. I had the opportunity to walk out the boat.
Well,
and I'm saying it doesn't end there. It doesn't stop there.
Yeah, but
so listen, I'm just saying
there's a problem. No. Yeah, they have to fix it. I know they're working on it, but I tell you, sometimes you make a comparison. Would you prefer them doing it the way they're doing it and trying to take as much safety as possible, precautions, or you staying without electricity?
That's the comparison?
Yeah. You can answer. Okay.
No, I could answer, but okay. So I am out of electricity. Yeah, for how many days? Yeah, because I cannot get gas, or can't get fuel, or fuel can't be come to me, or I die.
Well, again,
is there a comparison there?
No.
No, there's no comparison there. That is the one I'm looking at.
No. If there are guarantees on both sides, then the choice would be very easy. Death or electricity. Definitely you're going to go for electricity. But the death that you bring in there now is just a
risk?
Well, not really a risk, but you're supposing,
No, supposing.
Yeah.
We have had examples where these things happen on sea. Yes, and we can't say it wouldn't happen when we think it may happen.
Listen.
That's the point I'm making.
And in many instances, sometimes many companies take all the safety precautionary methods.
Yeah, and they still.
Again.
And still.
Let me say this.
Disaster.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
And you see, we talking about this gas thing. It's not right. It's not the safest way. But when these boats come and they have 50 cylinders on board.
It's just as bad.
What?
Right? Listen to that, Kai.
Yeah, I mean,
50 cylinders.
I have a Kai. I tell you. No, God, no.
Is it our attempt to say what they're doing is okay and we should
No.
Well, then if it's not okay, just stop it.
Hold it, but what we're saying is happening every day and we're not saying anything about it. It's like the norm.
I told him a long time ago, there's a risk in everything you do.
Well, I know that.
When those airplanes up there, they have about 5,000 or 6,000 guys.
Justify, I'm asking.
No, but you want to fly? Huh? You ever fly?
Yes.
You still have a fly because the plane have fuel in the tank. Huh? Those things are the two wings full and the belly full.
And
loosen Transworld. Stop. Transworld Airlines. Going to Smithereens over Long Island.
Yes.
Same fuel tank business.
Yes.
So again, there's a risk in everything that you do.
So I chose as an independent citizen. That risk, I'm not prepared to take it. So don't just
nobody blaming you.
Tell me.
Nobody blaming you. I go if you want to say calculate your business.
Okay.
Nobody blaming
you. But the point is, we cannot open our eyes.
No, we understand.
Yes, and that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, all right. Okay. By the way, so my Redeemer,
yes,
I say let my colleague hold his point,
yes,
and do what you want to do. You're a grown man. I said if you want to think with your business, the boat going on with the boat. Second, next thing, I think because I started beating drum again and getting some big drum dancers. It's shameful. We have to correct that, and that's been on my mind ever since because Carriacou and me, that's the culture. That's what I like.
Yeah.
Huh?
We have to work on it.
And
we have to step up. We have to step up to the plate.
I think
we're laxing behind, and not we are supposed to be the leaders.
Leader, and we can when following. What is going on?
Guys, gentlemen, my closing statement, in fact, it's been I've been enjoying my week off, and I think that with that said, as I leave and plan to return sometime in the future, I want to leave this comment. that education disqualifies me to be a slave.
Okay. All right. Okay. Gentlemen, thank you so much.
I concur.
The views expressed on this program are those of the host and guests and not the views of this radio station.
Well, that will just about wrap it up for our program today right here on Vibes FM. Thank you so much, those of you who participated, those of you who listened, whatever way you made a contribution, it's much appreciated. Speak Out Unfiltered every Thursday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on Vibes FM. I'm your humble servant, yours truly, Kim the King. It's always a pleasure.